King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't crowd me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. Esau, the end of my kingdom's up. On the eagle's neck, I'll press. I woke up from my rest. I woke up from my arrest. My rulership is up next. No vex. Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter would never leave Judah. The scepter would never leave Judah. The scepter would never leave.
Shalom, Yashar Allah.
Shalom.
Shalom. Welcome to another Shabbat morning class here with ISBHBK. Our address is 8524 South Brazier Boulevard, Houston, Texas. Zip code 77071. Class days and times is Mondays and Wednesdays from 7 to 9. Fridays from 6 to 8. Saturday Shabbat morning class is from 10 to about 2 to 3 p.m. And then we got the school in Norfolk, Virginia as well. Their address is 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia. Zip code 23517. Class times and days is Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And then Saturday is 10 to about 2 to 3. And also, we do have the school in San Antonio, Texas. Their address is 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201, San Antonio, Texas. Zip code 78218. And their class times and days is pretty much the same as Houston's, Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays from 7 to 10 p.m. And then Saturdays from 10 a.m. to about 2 p.m. out there. And then we also do ask that you like, share, and subscribe to those channels, ISBHBK Houston, Virginia, and San Antonio. And also, we do have Mashaba. He does the Blog Talk Radio. He does the Blog Talk Radio Tuesday through Sunday, and it starts at 10 a.m. We ask that you like, share, and subscribe to the Blog Talk Radio. And also, we got, the 5 Minutes of Wisdom, the Hidden Truth Bible Show, and the Israelite Media Corps. We ask that you like, share, and subscribe to all those channels on YouTube. Many different ways you can catch us. And we do have the Feast of Trumpets coming up. And man, that is how many days away? 4 days away. That'll be on Wednesday. The Feast of Memorial of Blowing the Trumpets, right? And then 9 days after that, on the 25th, we got the Day of Atonement. And then we have the Feast of Tabernacles coming up on the 30th. Man, these days are going to fly by. Man. So, yeah, stay tuned, man. Well, not stay tuned, but definitely get ready. We're going to be feasting a lot, man. So, all praises. Israel Wear is back to accepting orders. So, hop on Israel Wear. You can get a nice custom garments made. Our sisters do great work. And we do have a fringed up subscription where you can hop on that, get a nice fringed shirt, nice fringed headband. Nice headband. For about $30 a month for the shirt, $70 for the shirt and headband, and it's it's in unity. So we'll all have the same shirts, the same headbands, and all that. We are doing the Hebrew Academy, and it's every Tuesday and Thursday and Wednesday. VA does it on Wednesday, but we're doing it here in Houston Tuesday and Thursday. If you're not local, you can definitely just hit me up, hit up Quatazab, Shatat, and we can get you the link where you can hop on, do it from. You can stream it, or we'll stream it, but you can hop on it and do it with us on Zoom.
If you're not local.
If you'd like to contact any of the priests, we got Priest Quatazab to my left. His number is 303-557-8979. We got Priest Kazaka, his number is 757-300-4047. We ask that you text only during class, so definitely can't do a phone call right now. It'll only be texting. Also, we ask that you do support our business. The business is sweetambiance.com. Hop on there, and you can see some nice stuff, man. See some nice small goods. And if you'd like to help in any way, shape, or form, we got the links on the screen of how you can help. all the donations, all the links, and the contributions are welcome and needed. So we also would like to give a shout out to all those that do help out. We'd like to give a special thank you to all those that do, help out in any way that they can. The schools are open right now. The schools are open right now. Off of y'all's works. We're down to only one of our businesses, so your contributions, man, it's a lot. It might not seem like a lot to you, but it definitely, they all add up from everybody, and it does help tremendously. So yeah, with that's it for the announcements. With that, we'd like to open it up for the Shabbat prayers. So Imagine Mopanya Yerushalayim. Let's rise and face the east on another amazing Shabbat day. All right. Baruch Yahweh, Bahashem Yahweh Shai, Hawa'ah, Natalanawa, Award, Zayawam, the water, Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thank you, so be it. And the lighting of the candles represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain through the scriptures. Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai. All right. Baruch Yahweh, Bahashem Yahweh Shai, Hawa'ah, Natalanawa, Rayach, Na'achacha, Kawada, Aman.
And that's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. Hey, Nicodemus, you mind turn that fan off?
Oh?
Yeah.
How many times?
Twice.
Thank you.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai, Hawa'ah, Natalanawa, Hashabbat, Bashalom, the water, Aman.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Khan. This is Psalm chapter 121 in Hebrew. This is Psalm chapter 121 in Hebrew. And of course, we'll translate after the Hebrew. Anashad, Ayam Yad, Al Hahorium, I was off the dome. Na'ayah, Yabawa'ah, Izoria, Yabawa'ah, Ma Yahweh, Sha'ishah, Shemayim, Wa'aratazah, La'ah, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shashawamar, Yasher Allah, Yahweh, Shemaria, Yahweh, Tazalia, Al, Yim Yad, Hashamash, Yala'ah, Hakayah, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabanah, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashamaria, Makol, Rai, Yashamar, Napasya, Yahweh, Yashamar, Hawalakia, Wabawa'aya, Ma'aitan, Wa'aid, Iwalam, Aman.
Psalm chapter 121. I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
The water?
The water.
Hashem Yah.
Yah.
Amen.
Amen.
Shema Yasha'Allah.
Shema Yasha'Allah.
Yehovah Allah Hayanoah. Yehovah Echad. Shema Yasha'Allah. Yehovah Allah Hayanoah. Yehovah Echad. Shema Yasha'Allah. Yehovah Allah Hayanoah. Yehovah Echad.
And let's hear Israel, hear Israel, Yahweh, our power, Yahweh is one.
This is our Father prayer. Can be found in Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayad, Shamka, Yahweh, Malakwatka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayad, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawah, Hayad, Bashamayim, Balanawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalach Nawa, Chababwat Nawa, Kasalach Nawa, Chababwat Yinawa, Bala'ah, Tabayanawa, Banasaya 1, Abo, Hawashai Nawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwat, Ba'ala, Ba'ataparat, Ba'aiwalanim, Amen.
Lord, prayer which can be found in Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this matter, therefore, pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen.
This is the Ten Commandments. Slakia. Ha, Aishara, Matazawa.
The Ten Commandments.
La'ah, Yahaya,
Laka,
Alahayim, Achorim, Alpanya.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ah, Da'isha,
Laka,
Laka, Pasol, Wala'ah, Da'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah, Alakwak'at, Shum, Yahweh, Bashawah.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakar,
Bayawam,
Hashabat, Lakodashwa,
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad, Abaka, Wa'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah, Ratazak,
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah, Bana'ak,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah, Baganab,
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah, Da'inab, Shakor,
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ah, Tachamad, Kol, Asherah, Lara'ayaka.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Yeshabim, which means to be seated.
All right. So we'll be starting in Deuteronomy chapter 29 and verse 9. Reading till Deuteronomy chapter 31 and verse 30. Then we'll touch on Isaiah, touch on Luke, and then that'll be it for the Sabbath reading. So let's go ahead and salute out the first brother. Who's up? Who wants to come up? All right, let's do it.
Yashakar, Shabbat Shah, Yashakar, Ba Yashala.
Yashakar, Shabbat Shol, Yashakar, Ban Yasha'Allah, Men of Israel, Imadim, Baruch.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah, Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Rakatah.
table.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 29, verse 9. Keep therefore the words of this covenant, and do them, that ye may prosper in all that ye do. Verse 10. Ye stand this day, all of you, before the Most High, your power, your captains of your tribes, your elders, and your officers, with all the men of Yasharallah, your little ones, your wives, and that stranger that is in thy camp, from the hewer of thy wood unto the drawer of thy water, that thou shouldest enter into the covenant with the Most High thy power, and into his oath, which the Most High thy power maketh with thee this day, that he may establish thee today for a people unto himself, and that he may be unto thee a power, as he hath said unto thee, and as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that standeth here with us this day before the Most High our power, and also with him that is not here with us this day. For ye know how we have dwelt in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the nations which ye passed by, and ye have seen their abominations, and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them. Lest there should be among you man or woman or family or tribe whose heart turneth away this day from the Most High our power, to go and serve the gods of these nations. Lest there should be among you a root that beareth gall and wormwood. Verse 19. And it come to pass, when he heareth the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the imagination of my heart, to add drunkenness to thirst. The Most High will not spare him, but then the anger of the Most High and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Most High shall blot out his name from under heaven. Verse 21. And the Most High shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Yasharallah, according to all the curses of the covenants that are written in this book of the law. So that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you, and the stranger that shall come from a far land, shall say, when they see the plagues of that land, and the sickness which the Most High hath laid upon it, and that the whole land thereof is brimstone, and salt, and burning, that is not sown, nor beareth, nor any grass groweth therein, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim, which the Most High overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. Even all nations shall say, wherefore hath the Most High done thus unto this land? What meaneth the heat of this great anger? Then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of the Most High, our power, of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt.
You know, this is how you know that people don't read the Bible, because this isn't the first time where this is mentioned, where it's written that the Most High will destroy a land or destroy a people, and people will walk by and say and ask, why did God do this? Why did God do this to them? And then they'll be like, because verse 25, right? Then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of the Lord their God, of their fathers, right? Like, nobody that walks on the earth today, it's like they ask this question, like, man, how come the blacks and Latinos are like this? Why are they living like this? How come everywhere they go, the property value falls or there's prostitution up and down, the children are bad as hell? Listen, man, I seen a video on Hood site where this little girl, man, she was like 11 or 12, maybe even younger, and she was taking explicit photos. She wasn't naked or anything, but the photos that she was taking was like, you know, stuff that you'll see on Instagram, very explicit. And the mom, she gets on there and she starts beating her. She's beating her in the car on Facebook Live for the whole world to see. But I'm like, okay, you messing up. One, you don't beat them on live like that for the whole world to see. And then two, where did she get that? Where did she learn that from? You know what I mean? And that's the thing. That's the thing with our people, man. Like people, they post stuff like that, and the whole world sees it. On World Star, on the Hood site, these different websites, the whole world sees how we carry ourselves and how we act. You know, the whole world sees us killing each other on Hood site, from America all the way down to South America. The whole world sees how we sees the ratchetness and the music, and the whole world sees everything on World Star, and the whole world looks at us like this, like, damn, why did God do them like this? You know, but we see why right here. We would understand if we just read the Bible, because we forsook the covenant that the Lord thy God made with our fathers. And what was that covenant? The covenant was the laws. The covenant was everything that we read. We forsook it. And that's why we're in this condition that we're in. And that's why Esau makes sure that in the theology schools, when your pastor goes to theology school and your priest, he makes sure that he teaches them the commandments are done away with. You know? So, Nicodemus, you had your hand?
Yeah, people go apply for a job, first place they look is on their Facebook, Instagram profile, see what kind of character you got. And wonder why they don't get hired.
You know, I'm glad you mentioned that, but think about it. See, you own a business and a corporation. You want to hire the best people to work that business and corporation. So if you're running a business, if Facebook and Instagram is available, and you send me your application, and I'm running a multi-million-dollar business or whatever that I built from the ground up, I'm gonna look at your social media. I'm gonna see what kind of character you are, because I built this from the ground up, and it's gonna fall by the people that I hire to work it, by that standard not being kept. Yep. You know, so if I'm running a business, and if you're wise, if you're running a business and you see somebody sends you a resume and they have social media, hell yeah, you're gonna check the social media. You're gonna see what they do. If they always partying on a Saturday or a Sunday or during the week, they always turn up during the week, you can guarantee this person is gonna be late for work sometimes, calling in to work, being sick at work. You know, so
there's instances where on the Edomites, and where there's this one lady doctor, just one example, there was this one lady doctor, young, who was combating with an Uber driver, and somebody was recording it to where it went viral and the hospital fired her. Or, you know, multiple instances just like that. But, you know, getting put on blast and doing things you're not should be doing anyways. Or what was that scripture they had brought up the other day? It was like, what is done in darkness shall come forth to light. You know what I'm saying? That's scary. So I have a question real quick on this. So is this the first instance the covenant is being established after the promises that were made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
No. When you say, when you say first established, what do you mean?
Like, so the covenant is being established with the whole nation.
Right.
Because now the promises are coming to fruition.
Right. So
I asked that question too because where does, I mean, I don't want to jump far ahead either, but where does Jeremiah 31:31?
Well, that's the new covenant.
Yeah.
So the first covenant was established with who?
With originally with Abraham.
Originally with Abraham, right? And he had to, circumcise his house, right? And
God.
that was how that. Now Jeremiah 31:31, that's talking about the new covenant, right?
God.
But So you're asking,
It mentions in Jeremiah 31 where we broke the old covenant,
right?
and this is that covenant.
This is right. The one that we're reading about in Deuteronomy is the old covenant.
Correct.
We broke that, right?
Yes,
Then a new covenant got to come where he said, "I put the law in your inward parts."
Yes, the same thing that we're reading, but in our inward parts.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Where you shall teach no man his neighbor, like it says, right? It's gonna be in us,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
So, I mean, and we go over it all the time. But yeah, those are the two different covenants.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just piggybacking off of like how like Rob was saying, you know, in theology school and the white man and the nations teaching that the promise and the covenant that was given only unto Yasharala is done away with. People are.
Well, they try to say that the covenant that was given was given for everybody. That everybody can partake. So we know that that's not the case. The adoption, you read in Romans 9, the adoption, the statutes, the promise, that was all given.
Readoption also.
That was all given to Israel. Well, and you got to look at it like this. You know, I'll leave it at that. But yeah, that was all given to us.
Okay. Deuteronomy chapter 29, verse 26. For they went and served other gods and worshipped them.
And let me say this. It wasn't that Moses was establishing anything. What he was doing was giving them everything in the writing. Up until this point, everything had been oral.
Yeah.
God.
So he was now giving them the written law. You see that?
God.
He was giving them the written law. So it was already established with Abraham. But now Moses comes and delivers the written documentation for us to follow.
It's like back in Genesis, it talks about how Abraham was going to teach his kids, right? So Abraham definitely taught his kids. You know, they just made their choices. Then Isaac taught Jacob, but Isaac also taught Esau. Esau just made his own choice. Mm-hmm. So Jacob taught his children as well, and those children, he taught the 12, and the 12 taught the rest of their kids. You know, and there was always a separation, but when Moses came, like you said, he put it in the writing. But even in the time when, we were in Egypt, some of us did partake in some of the Egyptian ways, but we still held our customs. That's why even when you look at like some of the hieroglyphs on Egypt, and you see the Israelites on those walls, you still see the women in dresses. You still see the men with their beards. And you see the men with their hair grown out, the froze. You still see that even in the time of Egypt, but the Egyptians, they shaved themselves completely bare. So it shows that we, even then, yes, there was nothing in writing, but our people, we still kept our ways. We still kept the stuff that was passed down. But we of course, we were, like it says, we were midst with the heathen and we learned their ways. We learned some of those Egyptian ways, but we still kept our customs. So when we left, like I said, Moses just reiterates it for the most part and puts it in writing.
God. Verse 26. For they went and served other gods and worshipped them, gods whom they knew not, and whom he had not given unto them. And the anger of the Most High was kindled against this land, to bring upon it all the curses that are written in this book. And the Most High rooted them out of the land in anger and in wrath and in great indignation, and cast them into another land, as it is this day. The secret things belong unto the Most High our power, but those things which are revealed belong unto us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. Does that go with what was being discussed yesterday? Like the mystery and everything like that? Verse 29?
Verse 29, the secret things belong unto the Lord our power, but those things which are revealed, this wouldn't go with it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's reading.
Got it, Lou? Nicodemus, Sabbath Reading, Yahweh, Ban Yashala.
Nicodemus, Shabbat Shah, Yehoda, Bun Yashra Allah, Men of Israel, Imanu, Baruch.
Oh, I was in the world for a minute. Yahweh Bashem Yahshua Rakhtah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatah.
Yeah, I left for a minute. I don't know why, but I left.
I mean, you want it?
So we got a question on.
Let's do the questions after.
Questions after. So the question online, we're going to hold questions till after the reading. So if you have any questions online,
Off the topic,
we're gonna hold that till of course till we're done with the reading. But if you have any questions pertaining to the topic of what we're reading, we'll answer those. Not saying don't post your questions, just saying we're gonna answer it after. If it's off the topic of the reading, then we're gonna answer it, of course, after the reading. So we're at Genesis chapter 29 and 29. You read 28. You read 29.
You read 29 also.
Yes, 30. Yes, sir. 30.
Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 1. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessings and the curses which I set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all nations, whether the Lord thy power has driven thee. And verse 2. And shall return unto the Most High.
We got a question. One.
Question. It says to call them to mind among all nations. That means that all these nations are going to start, basically, we're all put in slavery anyways. That means that everybody's over us. That's what's calling to mind mean? What does that actually mean?
Well, it's talking about, we can start back at verse 1 actually. Read verse 1 and then verse, the whole thing is verse 1. Go ahead, read verse 1.
Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessings and the curses which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all nations, whether the Most High thy power has driven thee.
He said, call them to mind among all the nations, whether the Lord thy God hath driven thee. Listen,
Right.
where he's driven us. So what is it saying?
So
That, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Because I read this, I was reading this over again, and my thinking was that they're going to see our blessings and see our curses, and they're going to sit there and basically we're in astonishment no matter what,
Right.
whether we're high or low.
Right?
So is that what it means? That's what
Yeah,
I think.
what it's saying is that in our captivity, like right now, what we're doing, we're calling to mind all the things that have befallen us
Yeah.
through our history. That's why it tells you, the last part, whether the Lord hath driven thee.
Okay.
So what is it saying? That we were going to be doing this scattered abroad, scattered amongst all the nations.
Okay.
Come.
Doing what? Waking up.
Waking up because they see us waking up.
Right. Right. He was just letting us know we were going to be scattered in the nations, and we will be waking up in the nations.
Okay.
You see that?
Okay.
But how? We think about it. He said it. Why? You wake up, you wonder, why am I broke? Why am I in the ghetto? Why are all the blacks and Hispanics in the ghettos and the slums? You would call them to mind. Then you would go back to this Bible and say, oh snap, the Bible said it. You see that?
Or when you heard it. When you heard it, you were like, oh yeah, this is it. I've been wondering about this my whole life.
Right.
And the answers, everything that I was wondering is being answered, right? If I can get two scriptures on this.
Yeah.
Go to Deuteronomy 28 and verse 46.
Yep.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 46.
Yes.
Yep.
And they shall be upon thee for a sign, and for a wonder,
Yep.
and upon thy seed forever.
Yeah, man. So these curses, they were going to be upon us for a sign and for a wonder, right? So even in our captivity,
Right.
when we didn't know about the truth, the curses,
They're still upon us, right?
they were upon us, right? Go to, and they were upon us for a sign and for a wonder.
And you wondered why you were broke, why all the blacks and Hispanics were broke, and why white people had it off like it seemed like they were born with a silver spoon in their mouth, right?
Con.
Right, coming up as a kid. Why are we subject to racism? Why are we down in the dumps? Why is it crabs in a bucket? How come they get to live deliciously on this earth while we're the ones, on the low end of the totem pole?
Right.
So you wonder these things. Now, when you go back to Deuteronomy 30:1, he's just saying you're gonna be calling these things to remembrance,
Con.
right?
Can I get another one?
Yeah.
Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 5 and 6. So the Deuteronomy 28 and 46, that was talking about the cursings, right?
Right.
But this one's going to talk about the blessings. So now, even in our land of our captivity, when we do keep the commandments and the statutes, this is what's going to happen. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 5.
What did I say?
5 and 6.
Deuteronomy 4 and 5, yes sir.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Most High, my power, commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them.
Go ahead.
For this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations,
Go ahead.
which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people.
So when you go back to Deuteronomy 30:1, it talks about how all these things we're going to call to mind all these things, right? The blessing and the cursing. So, yeah, we call the cursing to mind, but then when we started operating in the Most High's wisdom, in our captivity, then we started seeing the blessings as well. So we started seeing the proper way to move. Our people's out there in darkness, but now we're the light. We're in the light. We're not the ones that got to worry about getting shot. You know what I'm saying? We operating in wisdom. We understand to agree with the adversary. Agree with your adversary.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We agree. We understand these things. So now the curses is being stripped off of us and being put on them. Go to Baruch chapter 2 verse 30. Baruch 2 and 30, and then read Baruch chapter 2 verse 30.
Baruch chapter 2, verse 30. For I knew that they would not hear me, because it is a stiff-necked people.
So when you look back at Deuteronomy 30:1, he's telling you about, Moses is telling you about how you're going to call to mind the blessings and the cursings in all the lands whither the Lord shall drive you. So Moses already knew. Moses knew, the Most High already knew that we were going to be a stiff-necked people, and that we weren't going to listen. Just like Baruch 2 and 30 is pretty much saying.
Right.
They knew this. Go ahead.
But in the land of their captivities they shall remember themselves.
And that's exactly what's happening. In the land of our captivity, in America, we remembering who we are, man. It's beautiful. Go to Baruch 3 and 12.
Baruch chapter 3, verse 12.
Read down on Baruch 2 and 31.
30 and 32.
Read Baruch 2, 31 and 32.
Baruch chapter 2, verse 31. And shall know that I am the Most High, their power. For I will give them in hearts and ears to hear. And they shall praise me in the land of their captivity.
See, in the land of their captivity,
Right.
it's basically saying the same thing. And thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whether the Lord has driven me.
The water.
Yeah, so it really, this wasn't a good thing.
Yeah.
Right? It should come about when these things will come upon these blessings and cursings. Yeah. It wasn't a great thing that he was saying here, but that's what it's saying. Did you finish it?
Verse 34.
Oh, that
No,
was
that's
it.
it on that.
Yeah, go to Baruch 3 and 12.
Baruch chapter 3, verse 12. Thou hast forsaken the fountain of wisdom. For if thou hast walked in the way of the Most High, thou shouldest have dwelt in peace forever.
Fine. And that's exactly what happened. The Most High knew we were gonna forsake it.
Oh, it says it as we read. It's gonna say it. Watch. That's cold too.
Oh, you talking about back in Deuteronomy?
Yep.
I was trying to find the one in Hosea that said that in the place where it was said that you're not my people.
That's 1 and 10, ain't it?
Oh, 1 and 10. Hosea 1 and 10. Go to Hosea 1 and 10, and then go to Hosea 3 and 5. And then we can jump back unless anybody else got anything.
The book of Hosea, chapter 1, verse 10.
Read that.
Yet the number of the children of Yasharallah shall be as the sand of the sea.
Even though they're trying to kill us in all kinds of ways, we're like the sand of the sea. Go ahead.
Which cannot be measured nor numbered.
Go ahead.
And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, you are not my people, there shall be said unto them, ye are the sons of the living power.
And that's exactly what's happening right now, man. They told us that we're Gentiles. Now we're waking up. We're waking up, man. Go to Hosea 3 and 5. And since we're waking up, this is the next step. Check this out.
The book of Hosea, chapter 3, verse 5. Afterward shall the children of Yasharallah return.
Yeah, man. So now we returning to the Most High. Not necessarily the land of Israel. Because the scripture tells us that we're going to be delivered right here in Babylon. So we're returning back to the Most High and his ways. We're coming out of Christianity, Catholicism, all the BS that we were taught. And we're coming back to the proper way of how to serve the Most High. Go ahead.
And seek the Most High their power.
Go ahead.
And David their king.
And obviously this is in Hosea, so David been dead. David's been dead, but what is it saying? We're seeking our king. We're seeking that righteous ruler, right? And also, who came out of David's lineage? Yahweh Shai. And the scepter says it's not the scripture says the scepter shall not depart from Judah, right? So Yahweh Shai, that's our king. So when it says that you're seeking David, your king, really we're seeking Yahweh Shai. That's what it is. We coming back to seeking our true king. Go ahead.
And shall fear the Most High and his goodness in the latter days.
In the what?
In the latter days.
That's showing you that's in the latter days. But David is already dead.
Right.
So it's showing you, man, what's gonna happen. It's a future prophecy.
God.
Let's jump back to
31.
yes sir, Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 2. And shall return unto the Most High thy power, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day. Thou and thy children with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Verse 3. Then the Most High thy power will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whether the Most High thy power has scattered thee. Verse 4. If any of thine be driven out unto the outermost part of heaven, from then when the Most High thy power gather thee, and from then when he fetches thee, and the Most High thy power will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy father. Verse 6. And the Most High thy power will circumcise thy heart and the heart of thy seed, to love the Most High thy power with all thy heart and with all thy soul, that thou mayest live.
That circumcision of heart, that wasn't a, that was, but it wasn't a, when you go into the New Testament and he says circumcise your heart, that wasn't a new thing at that time. That was something old that the Most High was already trying to get us to do. He was trying to show us that the law wasn't just about the physical doing of it, but the spirit of the law. Right? That's why he kept sending prophets and kept sending teachers and sent Yahweh Shai. He was trying to get us to circumcise our hearts, our minds. It was easy. It was just love your neighbor as yourself. Love the Most High with all your heart, right? That's what it was about, obviously. And then in doing that, you would be doing everything else.
In verse 2 and 3, when it says return unto the Most High, that quote unquote true repentance? And I asked that question because, like, Christianity, Catholicism, how they utilize repentance as candy, you know what I mean? They just throw it in the air.
Well, true repentance is like what David did, right? He acknowledged his faults. He fasted, he prayed, godly sorrow. Now, yeah, obviously when he said, and shall return unto the Lord thy power and obey his voice, that would be, yes, the nation as a whole turning back and doing the right thing. So yeah, I mean, Con.
Just on what you're saying about the nation as a whole returning, right? The Most High deals with us as a nation. We can return. Individually we can, change and repent and go back to following the Most High and get ourselves out the curses. But will we 100% be fully out of the curses? Not without our nation, because we can not if our whole nation is not fully out the curses, because we can be out the curses individually, but will we be out of all of them? No, we won't, because our neighbors, our nation as a whole still wouldn't be functioning with the laws. So whereas we're out the curses, it's like today, the whole nation should be getting ready to celebrate Memorial of blowing the trumpets. You know what I'm saying? Your family members, your friends, it should be a whole nation thing. But it's not. So because it's not, guess what? Are we fully out the curses? No, we're not, because as a whole, we can't do it. We still got to go to work. You know what I mean? So we can't celebrate it like we really want to. And then when you look at the other curses, cursed shall be thy basket and thy store. We can control what we eat, control what we wear to a certain extent. Like even if you look in our genealogy, it's a curse to not really know your genealogy, to not know back past your great grandfathers and your great grandmothers. It's a curse to not be able to be taught by your parents and those elders. So, even in this, it's showing, man, the Most High, He deals with us as a nation. We want, and that's why it's so important for us to keep doing what we're doing, because that's what it's about. It's not just about an individual. It's about everybody coming together and doing what we can to get our nation out this mess. You was going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to go piggyback on what you're saying. We can't leave, even though we see that we're still in the curses and we're trying to get out of the curses by doing what we're doing, it's like we can't leave them behind. So we have to stay within our people doing what we're doing. That's why we go straight to people, because we got to stay in the midst of it. It's like some of our people, when they get high and mighty, get the money, and they leave us. That's different. You see what I'm saying? That's not. They're not coming back to the hood. We gotta go back to the hood. That's all I'm saying. I'll just piggyback on what you're saying.
Question. In the sense of what Juan was talking about, that's where, like, in the book of Esther, where Mordecai was like, chopping it up, but if you don't come with us today, this time, or rather just Moses, he was like, I'd rather be an Israelite than an Egyptian, right? Like, let me dwell with my brothers and through all this, rather than living for just this time, right?
No, you're right with the Mordecai. I know the scripture you're about to quote. Mordecai told Esther, just because you're living in the king's house, don't think that you escaped. Don't think that you escaped the wrath of God. The wrath of the Most High is going to destroy you and your whole father's house. But Mordecai was also showing her that our deliverance was going to come regardless. So you're put in a position where you can deliver us. It's up to you if you want to help. If you want to be used. But if you don't want to be used, then it's going to come from somebody else. And that's how it is with every celebrity that know about the truth. That's how it is. They're in a position where they could use their platform, but they're not. So, the deliverance is still going to come, but they don't want to be used. So the Most High is going to raise up somebody else that can be used.
Right.
And their house will be destroyed. Those celebrities' houses, man, their lineage, all that is going to be destroyed. That's what it says in Esther.
Oh, I found it. Esther.
Yeah, read it. Go ahead and read it since we're talking about it.
Esther, chapter 4, verse 3.
And we'll jump back after this. Go ahead.
Then Mordecai commanded to answer Esther, think not with thyself that thou shalt escape in the king's house more than all the Jews.
Come on, man. And I love this because you look at all the celebrities, you look at all these people that know about the truth, that's absolutely not doing anything, and a little bit of heat come on them and they get scared because they don't want to lose their money. They don't want to lose they don't want to lose their status and their fame. It's saying right here, Mordecai is telling Esther, read it from the top.
Then Mordecai commanded to answer Esther,
Go ahead.
think not with thyself that thou shalt escape in the king's house.
Yeah, just because you living in the Hollywood Hills in California, and every time you step out your house, you got paparazzi following you. Just because you living like a king or you living like a queen on this earth, don't think that you escaped. Read.
More than all the Jews.
Yeah, don't think that you escaped more than the rest of our people. Go ahead.
Verse 4. For if thou altogether holdest thy peace at this time, then shall their enlargements and deliverance arise to the Jews from another place.
So if they don't want to help, they don't want to use their platform, then our deliverance is going to come from another place. But the thing is that they could have been a part of it. They could have been a huge help. Even if they were doing it behind the scenes.
Right.
Like, listen, I can stay behind, but listen, I'm going to fund y'all. I'm going to fund all y'all. Nobody got to know that it's me funding y'all. But it does take, let's not be naive, it takes money to get this word out. So they could stay behind the scenes, act their little movie roles, but behind the scenes they're funding us so that we can get the word out more. Paying for little TV programs where we can get on the TV. Paying for radio programs where we can get on the radio. Paying for billboards. Paying for flyers at the very least. They could have been doing all that. You know what I'm saying? Being a part. But they're not. Majority of them are not. So because they're not, finish it up.
But thou and thy father's house shall be destroyed.
Their house shall be what?
Destroyed.
Their house will be destroyed. Simple as that. That was Esther.
Esther chapter 4, verse 4. So, in this sense, real quick, Esther was behind the scenes. Not all the Jews or the nation didn't know that Esther was in that position.
No, they did know. They did know because remember, the king had sent out. The king had sent out to get the princesses from all over his land, like all over where he had rulership. He sent out to get those princesses. So when Esther was rose up, they knew that these princesses were coming from different nations. Wherever he had dominion, that's where he was getting the princesses. So when Esther was chosen out, everybody knew Esther was chosen out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like right now, like the king, it's like right now, any celebrity, whenever they get a husband or a wife, everybody knows how much more the king. Especially if that woman was going to be, remember, Vashti was moved out. Esther took the place of Vashti. So everybody knew that's Esther. She's an Israelite. Yeah. Let's jump back.
Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 7. And the Most High, thy power will put all these curses upon thy enemies, and on them that hate thee, which prosecute thee. Verse 8. And thou shalt return and obey the voice of the Most High, and do all his commandments, which I command thee this day.
And that's why you can see this happening right now, verse 7. Read verse 7 again.
And the Lord, thy power, will put all these curses upon thy enemies.
He will put the curses on our enemies. So it's not like the curses just disappeared. We're in the cursed. These nations are blessed because we moved into the cursed estate. But as we start moving into the blessed estate, these curses go on them. We won't be the ones getting shot down anymore. It'll just be them. We won't be the ones incarcerated anymore. It'll be them. We won't be the ones dealing with all the health problems anymore. It'll be them, because we'll be eating righteously. They're going to keep eating their filth. You know what I'm saying? We won't be the ones dying of coronavirus, leading all the coronavirus deaths because we're the essential workers. It'll be them. So verse 7 is very cold. You could even see it taking place now, man. All these little kids, they want to be like the Israelites so bad. You see Indian people, East Indian people trying to be rappers. Nav. You got The Weeknd.
Nav, yeah,
Nav talking, and all he does. Nav is an East Indian rapper. He's out of Canada. Nav, right?
Talking about New York rapper?
Nah, he's from Canada.
Nav, N-A-V.
N-A-V, not Nas.
Okay.
Nav. He's the Nav. He's not Nas. He's the East Indian Nas, right? But anyways, he's East Indian, but he's from Canada. But when you listen to his music, all he literally talks about is just doing drugs.
Yep.
That's it. That's all he talks about. He said that he's at his best when he's high. He's himself. He's not himself when he's sober. The hell you mean? But that's all. That's what they're doing. That used to be us. But now when you see East Indians rapping about that, come on, man.
That's a new rapper? 'Cause I ain't never heard it.
It's a new rapper.
Wow.
You see The Weeknd, Ethiopian, Hamite, all he raps about is doing drugs. I can't feel my face when I'm with you because all the coke he done sniffed. Come on, man. Like, it's not our people that's our people's transitioning.
Power's only transferred, it's not diminished. So that's the same thing as well. Wealth is only transferred, it's not diminished.
Listen, man, I know y'all are a little bit more grown, but y'all don't understand the amount of Edomite that y'all don't understand the amount of young Edomite rappers that's dying from overdoses.
Huh.
It's a lot of them. It's a lot of them. You got Lil Peep. I never heard one song of him, but I just know he's dead from overdose. Mac Miller, he's dead from overdose. There's a whole bunch of them that came close to dying, but it's verse 7 is very real, man. Like, you can see that transition. It's transitioning to them. Like, even with this whole WAP video, yeah, it's made by Judah and Israel, Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion. But in reality, when you really look at it, these nations, they're eating that up, man. And a lot of our women, they're like, yes, a lot of our women are still eating it up. But a lot of our women, man, you can see they're getting tired of it. Even if they don't know about the truth, they're getting tired of it. They're getting tired of how they're being portrayed, and they're moving out that zone. But these nations, oh, they're eating it up. It's beautiful. It's beautiful what the Most High is doing, man.
And it's going to be to their detriment.
Yeah.
It's going to be to their detriment when we transition into our right, all the way into our right mind. They're going to be following all the wicked ways that we follow. They're going to be trying to hold on to that. We're transitioning out, like you said. So, yeah, man.
Yeah, let's jump back.
Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 8. And thou shalt return and obey the voice of the Most High, and do all his commandments, which I command thee this day. Verse 9. And the Most High thy power will make thee plentiful in every work of thy hand, in the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of thy land, for good. For the Most High will again rejoice over thee for good, as he rejoiced over thy father. Verse 8. If thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Most High, thy power, to keep his commandments and his statutes, which are written in the book of the law, and if thou turn unto the Most High, thy power, with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Verse 11. For this commandment which I command thee this day, it is not hidden from thee.
This right here is called, he's putting the law, he's putting everything into perspective.
Yeah.
You know, these are the scriptures that Christians never want to go to. Right? They'll say they can do all things through Christ that strengthens them. No weapon formed against them shall prosper. But then when you tell them, hey, well, let's keep the law. Well, no one can keep the whole law. But what about the Philippians you just quoted? What about that? You know, what about I can do all things through Christ? What about me being covered? What about this? What about that? But see, Moses was even dropping it. He said, for this commandment which I command thee this day is not hidden from thee. Meaning, it's not a mystery. It's not a parable. There's no dark saying behind it. Go ahead.
Verse 11, last precept. Neither is it far off.
Go ahead.
Verse 12. It is not in heaven.
Yeah, you don't got to take a jet plane to reach the commandments. Go ahead.
That thou shouldest say, who shall go up for us to heaven and bring it unto us, that we may hear it and do it. Verse 13. Neither is it beyond the sea.
Yeah, you don't got to take a boat, airplane. You don't got to do anything miraculous, right? To hear and do the law. Go ahead.
That thou shouldest say, who shall go over the sea for us and bring it unto us, that we may hear it and do it. Verse 14. But the word is very near, very nigh unto thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it. Verse 15. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. Verse 16. In that I command thee this day to love the Most High, thy power, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments, and his statutes, and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply. And the Most High thy power shall bless thee in the land whither thou go to possess it. Verse 17. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shall draw away and worship other gods and serve them. Verse 18. I denounce unto you this day that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whether thou pass it over Jordan to go to possess it. Verse 19. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Therefore, choose life.
You said what?
Choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. Verse 20. That thou.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah. Let's get verse 20. He stops at verse 19. Let's get the next brother up. Deuteronomy 30. We'll start at Deuteronomy 30 and 20.
Nah, spelling the word Greek.
I can't spell it either.
You found it?
Oh, it's right here.
Jinx this.
Me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. Took away my mojo.
Hosea, Shabbat Yashakar, Ban Yasharala.
Hosea, Shabbat Shal, Yashakar, Ban Yasharala, Men of Israel, Imaja, Baruch,
Yahabah Shimi Ashai Rakatan.
Yahabah Shemi Ashab Rakatah.
Who's sitting right here?
Oh, Nicodemus. I just broke.
Why did he come down so quick?
In Deuteronomy 30, verse 11 to 14, where it says, it is not in heaven that thou shouldest say. Then 13,
Right.
1:14, but the word is very nigh. The Jewish white folk, they use those scriptures right there to, you know how they tie that black thing and that little box on their head and everything like that? Mm-hmm. They use that scriptures to justify that they're able to wrap that little thing that they do on their head.
They're gonna wrap some more stuff on their head too.
Slavery chains?
Gun. I got something real good.
But if you read it, it says, and do it, and do it, and do it. It's all about the action that the Most High is telling you to do, and do it. Do His commandments.
You have to put them in. You have to put them into action. I mean, what's the point of hearing it? Blessed is the man that do the law. Like, what's the point of hearing it and not doing it? It's not beneficial. No wisdom comes from that.
All right, we're at Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 20.
Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 20. That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him.
That word is thou.
Thou mayest cleave unto him. For he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them. Verse 31, 1. And Moses went and spake these words unto all Israel.
Unto all Israel.
Uh-huh.
Not unto the whole world, unto all Israel. Very key. Go ahead.
And he said unto them, I am 120 years old this day. I can no more go out and come in. Also, Lord hath said unto me, Thou shalt not go over this Jordan. Verse 3. The Lord thy God, he will go over before thee, and he will destroy these nations from before thee, and thou shalt possess them, and Joshua he shall go over before thee, as the Lord that has said. And the Lord shall go unto them as he did to Sihon and to Og, kings of the Amorites, and unto the land of them, whom he destroyed. And the Lord shall give them up before your face, that ye may do unto them according unto all the commandments which I have commanded you. Be strong and of a good courage. Fear not, nor be afraid of them. For thy Lord, thy God, he it is that doth go with thee. He will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
Come on.
And Moses called unto Joshua and said unto him in sight of all Israel, Be strong and of a good courage, for thou must go with this people unto the land which the Lord hath sworn unto their fathers to give them, and thou shalt cause them to inherit it. And the Lord, he it is that doth before thee. He will be with thee, and he will not fail thee. Neither forsake thee, fear thee, nor dismay.
Oh, fear not, neither be dismayed.
Fear not, neither be dismayed. 9. Moses wrote this law and delivered it unto the priests, son of Levi, which bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and unto all the elders of Israel. And Moses commanded them, saying, at the end of every 7 years, that the solemnity of the years released in the feasts of tabernacles, when all Israel is come to appear before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose. Thou shalt read his law before all Israel in their hearing. Gather the people together, men and women and children, and thy stranger that is within the gates, thy gates, that they may hear and that they may learn, and learn the Lord thy art, the Lord, and fear the Lord your God, and observe to do all the words in this law, and that their children which have not known anything may hear and learn to fear the Lord your God, as long as ye live in the land whither ye go over Jordan to possess it. 14. And the Lord said unto Moses, Behold, thy days approach you, that thou must die. Call Joshua and present yourselves to the tabernacle of the congregation, that I may give him a charge. And Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves to the tabernacle of the congregation. And the Lord appeared to the tabernacle and a pillar of a cloud. And the pillar of a cloud stood over the door and the tabernacle. And the Lord said unto Moses, Behold, those that shall slept with thy fathers, and his people will rise up and go a whoring after the gods of the strangers of the land.
Right, so somebody, it's funny, I had this conversation twice about the Most High knowing what we were going to do and free will. Now, let me ask y'all a question. Does the Most High's omnipotence of knowing what Israel was going to choose, did that take away free will?
No.
No, right? The Most High knowing that, like he said, Moses was going to die and Israel was going to go a whoring, still didn't mean that we didn't have a choice. Of course we had a choice. We could have chosen to be blessed, or chosen to be cursed. That's why he said, choose you today. I call heaven and earth to witness against thee. So the Most High, knowing what we would do, did not take away our freedom, our free will. All right, so go ahead.
Whether they go unto among them and will forsake me and break my covenant which I have made with them, then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured. And many evils and troubles shall befall them, so that they will say in that day, are not these evils come upon us, because our God is not among us? And I will surely hide my face in that day for all the earth, all the evils which they shall have wrought, in that they are turned unto other gods.
Right, so the Most High was letting Moses know, this is what, when you leave, this is what's going to happen.
That's what they gonna do.
This is what they're going to do.
Yeah.
But we had a choice. That's the main thing. We had the choice to do the opposite.
And, also, that's why it's important for people to step up and assume leadership and ownership, right? Because remember back what Moses told. Remember back what we were told. If you see your brother suffering, if you see your brother about to sin, you're supposed to stop him from doing that sin. Remember when this was like maybe 4 Sabbaths back, when it talked about how when we come into a land and you see the gods that the Canaanites were doing, that you weren't supposed to do it. And if any of the people that's amongst you started following these gods, your hand wasn't supposed to spare. You wasn't supposed to have pity. You were supposed to put them to death. That's where the lack of leadership and the lack of ownership in our men, it showed in those instances, because we saw it and we just batted the eye. We turned our head. We didn't do nothing about it. So because we didn't do nothing about it, it exploded onto where like the whole nation started doing it. And then once the whole nation started doing it, the Most High, he went ahead and took us out.
Right.
Gone.
The perversion of judgment.
Yeah.
You want this in?
Yeah. Cold. Go on, sir. Okay, go ahead. I see. I don't like it.
Now therefore write this song for you, and teach it to the children of Israel.
It's that heat.
Put it in their mouths, and this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel.
Oh, that's it. All right, so let's get the next reader up. I'm one.
Damn, we got ripping through this week.
It's really him. He jensed us.
Ooh.
Amawan, Izar, Shabashah, Yahawada, Bun, Yasharala.
I'm on Izar, Shabbat Shol, Yehoda, Bun Yashar Allah, men of Israel, Imani, Baruch,
Yahawah Hashem Yashab Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabrak Dam.
Hey, shalom.
So the end of to verse 30.
All right, brothers and sisters, forgive me. Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verse 20. Right?
Yes, sir.
For when I shall have brought them into the land which I swear unto their fathers, that floweth with milk and honey, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves and waxed fat, then will they turn unto other gods and serve them and provoke me and break my covenant. And it shall come to pass when many evils and troubles are befallen them, that this song shall testify against them as a witness. For it shall not be forgotten out of the mouths of their seed. For I know their imagination, which they go about, even now, before I have brought them into the land which I swear. Moses therefore wrote this song the same day, and taught it to the children of Israel. And he gave Joshua, the son of Nun, a charge, and said, Be strong and of good courage, for thou shalt bring the children of Israel into the land which I swear unto them, and I will be with thee. And it came to pass, when Moses had made an end of writing the words of this law in a book, until they were finished, that Moses commanded the Levites, which bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, saying, Take this book of the law, and put it in the side of the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, that it may be for a witness against thee. For I know thy rebellion, and thy stiff neck. Behold, while I am yet alive with you this day, ye have been rebellious against the Lord, and have much more after my death.
And how much more?
Oh, forgive me. And how much more after my death?
Yeah, he was showing the people what, think about yourselves. What are you, who are you supposed to be trying to serve? Remember when he went up on the mount? Aaron, make us gods to worship. Think about that mind. He was trying to check that mind in them, that they weren't looking at what the Most High already gave them.
Yeah.
They were looking at Moses and thinking that, oh, Moses ain't gonna be around. We can do whatever we want. forgetting that Hosea was there to watch everything and to see everything. Go ahead.
Verse 28. Gather unto me all the elders of your tribes and your officers, that I may speak these words in their ears, and call heaven and earth to record against them. For I know that after my death ye will utterly corrupt yourselves, and turn aside from the way which I have commanded you, and evil will befall you in the latter days, because ye will do evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger through the work of your hands. And Moses spake in the ears of all the congregation of Israel the words of this psalm, until they were ended. Okay, from there we're going to go to Isaiah chapter 61 and verse 10.
Imagine doing all that work. Imagine doing all that work, walking around for 40 years, having people threatening to stone you, kill you, just to know that as soon as you ain't looking, they're going to just do the opposite. They're going to go right back to where you brought them from. But that's why Moses was Moses. He didn't take it personal. He didn't get upset. He didn't get mad. Just did his job. Stayed humble, stayed meek, and kept it moving. Any other man would have been angered to know that he did all that work for some people that didn't really care, that they weren't going to care about it.
Can I get one?
Oh yeah.
If I can get somebody, give me Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and verse 18.
Vanities of vanities. All is vanity.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 2, verse 18.
Go ahead.
Yea, I hated all my labor which I had taken under the sun, because I shall leave it unto the man that shall be after me.
Go ahead.
And who knoweth whether he shall be a wise man or a fool?
Go ahead.
Yet shall he have rule over all my labor wherein I have labored, and wherein I have showed myself wise under the sun. This is also vanity.
And you know what's cool about what Moses had to deal with was, yeah, the Most High gave him Joshua, right? But everything Moses did, it wasn't just for Joshua. Everything Moses did was for the whole nation. So what Moses was leaving behind was an example to follow, not just for Joshua, but for the whole nation. And, you know, over time, we showed ourselves to just become more and more foolish. And the cold part is, the Most High, through Moses, let us know what was going to happen before. So even though Moses is telling us this, we didn't have to follow that. We could have been like, okay, you're saying that that's what's going to happen? Well, like you said, life or death, right? It's still, everything is still in your hands. You got the warning that this is what's going to happen. We didn't have to let that. We didn't actually have to let that come true. So when you're reading a lot in Jeremiah, you'll see how. You know what? Let me not use Jeremiah. Let's use Jonah. When Jonah went and prophesied to Nineveh, he didn't want to at first, but when he finally did, he prophesied to Nineveh, listen, y'all finna get destroyed. But Nineveh, the people in Nineveh and their king, they were like, okay, the Most High is finna destroy us. That's what the prophecy is. Let's change our ways. Let's put on sackcloth. Let's fast. That maybe the Most High, he will repent from the destruction that he was planning on bringing on Nineveh. And guess what? The Most High did. He heard the fastings and the prayers, and he repented of the evil, right? And the people in Nineveh, they were grateful. But when you look here, we could have did the same exact thing. We didn't have to let this part of the prophecies come true, but we chose to make it come true through our works and our actions.
And I like it. He said, they said, where's it at? For I know their imagination. No, where's it at?
It's at verse 21.
Right, no. Is that the one?
For I know
This song shall testify against them.
Oh.
But,
Yeah, it's 21.
no,
Yeah, it talks about the song testifying in their imagination.
no, I'm reading it, but that's not the one I want.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Go ahead.
Oh, let's read it.
Damn, already?
Oh, did you do? You didn't do the Isaiah. My bad.
We're going to again Isaiah 61 and verse 10.
Isaiah 61.
Let me know when y'all get it. Give me a comment.
Yes, sir.
Isaiah 61, chapter 61 and verse 10. I will greatly rejoice in the Most High. My soul shall be joyful in my power. For he hath clothed me with the garments of salvation. He hath covered me with the robe of righteousness. As a bridegroom decked himself with ornaments, and as a bride adorneth herself with her jewels. For as the earth bringeth forth her bud, and as the garden causeth the things that are sown in it to spring forth, For the Lord God caused righteousness and praise to spring forth before all nations. Chapter 62, verse 1.
And why does he do that? Why does he? It says, the Lord will cause righteousness and praise to spring forth before all nations. Why does that have to happen?
They're going to be keeping the commandments.
Well, yeah, at a point they will be. Oh, yeah. But why does it have to go? Why did he say all nations? Why, like when the Bible talks about like the nations and light to the Gentiles, things like that. Why are the nations even a thought? Yashikar.
Because we're scattered into all the nations.
Because we're scattered into all the nations, right? He said he drove us into all lands. So yes, he said whether I drove you into the uttermost parts of heaven, I got to bring you back. So that means what? This word got to go to all nations because Israel is mingled amongst the inhabitants of the earth. Go ahead.
Verse 62.
Go ahead. Chapter 62.
Yeah, Isaiah chapter 62, verse 1.
Go ahead.
For Zion's sake.
For whose sake?
For Zion's sake.
Yeah, for Zion's sake. Go ahead.
Will I not hold my peace?
Mm-hmm.
And for Jerusalem's sake, I will not rest until the righteousness therefore go forth as brightness, and the salvation thereof as a lamp that burneth. And the Gentiles shall see thy righteousness.
They shall what?
They shall see righteousness,
Mm-hmm.
thy righteousness, and all kings and glory, thy glory, and thou shalt be called by a new name.
Right. They're no longer going to hiss and wag their heads at the daughter of Zion. They're going to see. Remember when you go to Deuteronomy, 4 and 6? For this is your wisdom in the sight of the nations. They're going to see us doing righteousness, not just talking it, not just acting like it. They're going to see us doing it. We're going to be their example. Go ahead.
I'm going to read verse 2 over again, sir. And the Gentiles shall see thy righteousness, and all kings thy glory. And thou shalt be called by a new name, which the mouth of the Lord shall name.
They're not going to call you nigger, spick, spook, remember it says in Deuteronomy, thou shalt be a byword and a proverb. No more of that. They're going to call you righteousness. They're going to call you the kings of the earth. Go ahead.
Thou shalt also be a crown of glory in the hand of the Most High, and a royal diadem in the hand of thy God. Thou shalt no more be termed forsaken.
Right.
Neither shall thy land any more be termed desolate.
Right. Go ahead.
But thou shalt be called Hezephadbah, and thy land Buala.
Right. So let's see what that is. Yeah.
For the Lord.
Hold on real quick. Let's see what that's going into. We're in Isaiah 60. 6. You got something?
It says my delight.
Right, okay.
Oh, I like that.
So thou shalt be called my delight. What's the other one?
Chabad Tazaya, which is my delight.
My delight is in her. Right?
And then it says to marry, or to be master. Have no meaning. To be husband, to marry. Yeah. Or wife.
And thy land. Okay.
Oh, yeah, wife for the Lord.
Beulah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty much wife.
To be married. Right.
Yo.
Thou shalt be called thy delight. I like that. I like that.
Oh, but then he says it. He says it afterwards. After Boela, it says, "For the Lord delighteth in thee." So
Right.
Hephzibah is my delight, and then and thy land shall be married, and that's what.
There it
What,
is.
Bula? Is that it?
Yeah. Beulah.
Oh, Bula. It makes sense now. That's where we get boo from.
Oh, man. Get out of here.
My boo.
Bula.
My boo right there.
I don't know about that one.
God.
Isaiah chapter 62, verse 4, last precept. For the Lord delighteth in thee, and thy land shall be married. For as a young man married a virgin, so shall thy sons marry thee. And as the bridegroom rejoiceth over the bride, so shall thy God rejoice over thee. I have set watchmen upon thy walls, O Jerusalem, which shall never hold their peace day or night, nor night. Ye that make mention of the power of Yahweh, of the Lord, keep not silence, and give him no rest, till he establish, until he make Jerusalem a praise in the earth. Ooh, I like that.
God. All right. Shakak.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Why y'all reading so fast?
I mean, that's a short reading, though.
Yeah, it is. It is. Baby, I got my swagger back.
Shatak, Shabta Shah, Yehoda, Ban Gashala.
Shatak, Shabbat Shah, Yehoda, Bud Yasha'Allah, Men of Israel, Ahmad, Baruch,
Yehovah Shem Yahushai Rakatum.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakatah.
It's real powerful. Real powerful.
It don't matter to me,
Right?
So,
This is 2 verse 8.
Deuteronomy Isaiah chapter 62 and verse 8. The Most High has sworn by his right hand and by the arm of his strength. Surely I will no more give the corn to be meat for thine enemies, and the sons of the strangers shall not drink thy wine, for the which thou hast labored. But they that have gathered it shall eat it, and praise the Most High. And they that have brought it together shall drink it in the courts of my holiness. Go forth,
Go through.
go through the gates. Prepare ye the way of the people. Cast up the highway. Gather out the stones. Lift up a standard for the people. Behold, the Most High hath proclaimed unto the end of the world. Say ye to the daughter of Zion, Behold, thy salvation cometh. Behold, his reward is.
62, verse 11.
Is that where I end? Or?
No, she was just asking where we were.
Oh, con. Sorry, Behold, the Most High hath proclaimed unto the end of the world. Say ye to the daughter of Zion, Behold, thy salvation cometh. Behold, his reward is with him, and his work before him. And they shall call them the holy people, the redeemed of Yahweh. And thou shalt be called, sought out, a city not forsaken. Chapter 60.
That's what we're fighting for, right? That's what we're waiting on. That's what we go through. This is what we go through, all the light afflictions that we go through, right? It's for these promises. It's the promise that we'll be reestablished. We'll be reestablished as a nation. Like he said, thou shalt no more be, verse 4, thou shalt no more be termed forsaken, neither shall thy land any more be determined desolate. But thou shalt be called my delight and married. I mean, that's what we're waiting on. That's what we're preparing ourselves for, is that marriage. Right? Yeah, go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 63 and verse 1. Who is this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments from Basra?
Right.
This that is glorious in his apparel.
And y'all know why we go here a lot, is to show that if we thought that we were going to be running around when the destruction starts trying to wipe out Edomites, it's not going to be us. See how it's shy, the angels. He's going to be the one to hit them with the definitive blow to get them out the way.
Yeah.
Isaiah 63 is one of the priests.
Gives me chills.
Yeah. Isaiah 60, I got Isaiah 63 on a shirt. Yeah, that's one of my favorites. I love it. I love Isaiah 63, man.
I need that on a shirt too, then. That's
Huh?
nice. I need that on a shirt. That's
Yeah,
nice.
mine
like
says
that.
stomping on Esau. It got Isaiah 63 at the bottom with footprints.
Con.
But yeah, I mean, I love it. No, not that one. Not that one. But I love it, man, because, you know, when you read prophecies like this, and the whole scriptures, but it gives you that hope that no matter what Esau, no matter what the nations try to do, it's only for a time. Satan's time is short, you know what I mean? And it's going to be a beautiful thing when this happens. Go ahead.
Traveling in the greatness of his strength. I that speak in righteousness.
Right?
Mighty to save. Wherefore?
And we know that Isaiah was in the spirit here, man. He was prophesying. He was going in. He was going in on what Yahushua would do for the nation. Go ahead.
Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel?
And this right here, you know, I love it because it takes away the appearance that Christ is coming for love and peace and joy. We know that's not the case. You said what?
And the pet lambs.
And the pet animal, yeah, he's coming to open up a petting zoo.
Right.
For your kids to come and pet animals, little Dalai Lamas.
God.
Nah.
Have the kids bounce on his lap.
Yeah, it's not happening. That's not what it's about. This is about vengeance. This is about vengeance for Israel, man. This is about fixing the wrongs that's happened throughout centuries for our people. All the captivities, all the atrocities that go on. I mean, listen, I downloaded this app. It gives me all the news in Houston. But then I think for some reason it started giving me like the news everywhere. But it's crazy when every news story you pull up is either our people being killed. It's always our people being killed. But it's either by each other, by a cop. You know, it's messed up when you when you go through the news, that's all you see. Like the dude they killed him here in Houston in April.
One time.
They shot him like 20-something times. Huh? He was on his knees. They just released the body cam footage and they fired the cops, like 5 officers. But that happened in April.
You didn't see it.
I didn't even hear about it. That happened in April. We hear about it now, months later. But then think about how much stuff has happened in between April and now.
Yeah.
How many bodies? Uh huh.
I think he was Mexican.
He was 9.5. But just think about all the killings that has happened between April and now. And you only hear about a few of them. You only hear about the high profile ones, the ones that they want you to hear about. But this news app that I was looking at, it kills me because every time I get an alert, it's like 3 people dead, 3 people shot in Southwest. This person got shot over here overnight. This person got killed. This person I'm like, dang.
I'll tell you everything.
Yeah, it gives me all the Houston news, like everything that's happening in Houston.
Dang.
All the murders, everything. Yeah, it's where's this app at? I ain't gonna find it. I don't know why. I don't even know how I even got it, but it's just crazy to see it, man. And a lot of that stuff is it's happening towards our people. But then you read this and you're like, we're gonna get up out of that. At some point, we're gonna be loosed. You read all these Isaiahs. When you read them, a lot of the times he's going into things that happened in the time of Deuteronomy, the times of our captivities, but then he transitions right into us being delivered. When you read a lot of these later chapters, and it's a beautiful thing, man. Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 63, verse 2. Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel, and thy garments like him that treadeth in the wine fat. I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me. But I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments.
And why? Is it because he just wants to? Is it because, it's written? Well, jump over real quick to Isaiah 59. 59 and 18.
Isaiah chapter 59 and verse 18. According to their deeds.
According to what?
According to their deeds.
Yeah, they're going to get wiped out according to their deeds. We're all going to be judged according to our deeds. Go ahead.
Accordingly, he will repay.
So if the nations thought they were getting away with something, they are for a time. They are for a time. But their time is almost up. But even that it depends on Israel. It depends on us how fast we wake up, right?
Yeah.
The longer we take, the longer we stumble around in darkness, the longer we don't teach our children, the longer we don't stay disciplined within ourselves,
right,
the longer we're going to have to be here. The longer you're going to have to subject, our people are going to be subjected to what the world has to offer. Right? Go ahead.
Fury to his adversaries.
Right.
Recompense to his enemies. To the islands he will repay recompense.
Go ahead.
So shall they fear the name of the Most High.
Right.
From the west, and his glory from the rising of the sun. When the enemy shall come in like a flood, the Spirit of the Most High shall lift up a standard against him.
Right. Jump back.
Isaiah chapter 63 and verse 3. For I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me. For I will tread them in my anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance is in my heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold. Therefore My own arm brought salvation unto me, and my fury, it upheld me. I will tread down the people in my anger, and will make them drunk in my fury. And I will bring down the strength, their strength to the earth.
And that's what it's going to take. That's why, I look at, what is it, the NFC? The dudes with the guns, the NFC crew. I look at them and I'm like, it's all for show. But it's there to pull people away from what's right, what's true. Because, what is the point of running around with guns and AKs and dressing in all black like you about to do a Black Ops mission? What's the point of that? What's the point? Who is it going to change? What is it going to do for the people? How does that show a man how to live righteously? Or change his mind about his family? Or change his mind to get him off drugs? Like, how does that help? We're going to tote guns, right? How does that change anything to where, it's beneficial for the nation? It doesn't, right? That's why I look at things like that, these little movements, and I'm just like, pointless, useless.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I heard he was talking about doing it like a million man march with guns.
I mean, listen, we could march all day, but what is it going to change, though? And that's the thing. How is that going to be our deliverance? Especially when we can't get along in any type of unity in any situation.
You know what the NFAC will end up being if they were to get like 1 million people and they were to keep growing? They would just end up turning into a gang. They would end up turning into wasn't that what the Crips and Bloods was about? Something similar.
Yep.
And they ended up turning into a full-blown gang. That's exactly what would happen to the NFAC, because mentally our people's not there. You know what I mean? They don't see that.
Christ ain't there.
Yeah, Christ ain't there.
Yahweh ain't there to give that stability.
Yeah.
To give the motive, to give the direction. Like, there's no direction. A million men with guns. 1 million men that can't control their anger. Some got drinking issues. Some got pride issues. Some got ego issues. When those spiritual things start to flare up, and you got a gun in your hand, what happens? There's going to be 1 million men that don't know how to solve problems, that don't know how to sit down and talk things out the way they should. 1 million men that are reacting off of anger. I mean, y'all see where it can go, right? 1 million men that all want to be leaders. Nobody wants to follow.
People in Louisville was mad at me and said, man, y'all just come all the way down here and march around the building. I should have stayed at home, man.
Yeah, and then the attention that it brings, because now, Kazaki was telling me about it. I guess there's some other white supremacist group that said that everywhere they go, everywhere the NFC goes, what is it, NFAC?
NFAC.
Everywhere that the NFAC goes, they're going to go.
They was there in Louisville.
Because old boy threatened to burn down. He said, we're going to burn this down or something like that, whatever. He said something to that nature, burning things down. And they're like, yeah, you ain't going to burn nothing down on our watch. So now you got these white boys with guns, right? Black people with guns. I mean, but what is it solving? It's not solving anything. It's not going to be our redemption.
And a couple years back, speaking on the essence of like it be turning into a gang, like in Waco, you had the white boys and the biker gangs and everything like that. So what happened in Waco was you had like over 50 members of one biker gang and a couple dozen on the other, and it had media attention. People got shot up, people died, but the extremity of it was like, okay, so if the Israelites, if the gangs, the Latinos or the so-called Negroes and everything like that are in that type of situation, we get smashed up, we get ran up on, SWAT and everything like that. But with these gun advocate groups, and especially with white boys and Esau claiming Hunter and everything like that, it's like, man, that's what and it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen regardless, and ain't no judgment gonna come on them. And was that scripture that the oppressors don't consider themselves guilty or something like that?
Zechariah. Yeah.
None of them white boys went to jail.
You said what?
I said none of them went to jail.
Which ones?
The one that when they had that shootout in Waco, and some people got killed.
Okay.
Yeah, none of them went to jail.
Yeah. I mean, that's a condition that we in. That's a good where guns ain't. How is Esau's blessing gonna bring us salvation? That's Esau's blessing.
Yeah.
The gun. So that's I look at little groups like that, and I'm like, well, what's the whole point? What are they trying to incite? What how much more confusion comes from these little groups and gun groups and look at Black Lives Matter. Transgender Black Lives Matter. Transgender lives matter. Like, that was the whole ushering in for that, but they disguise it as the salvation for black people. Salvation, brown lives matter. Salvation for brown people. We know our salvation is going to have to come this way, right? I will bring down their strength to the earth. Their strength is way above our strength. Why though? Is it because Esau is just stronger than us?
Military. The weapons they have.
Why though? Is it really because of their weapons? It's because the Most High is allowing it. The Most High is allowing them to be stronger.
When you look at it, I always say this, man. It had to take an act of God for the 12 tribes of Israel to get conquered by Edomites. That had to be an act of God. I mean,
the Most High just stepping back from us and not doing anything. Yeah, I mean,
but when you look at it though, like our people, like you said, Christ is in the picture. So of course we're gonna lose. Mm-hmm. But what does Christ bring? Christ brings, when you have Christ in the picture, you have wisdom, you have unity, you have selflessness, you have all these characteristics that embodies that you get when you start following Christ, right? And when you look at, because our people don't have that, our people's all for themselves. As much as they try to stand up and make it seem like they're brave, they're really not. And when you look at shootouts, right? If y'all ever watched like a shootout between gangs or whatever, I saw one recently that happened in Chicago, broad daylight. When you look at it, our men, even though they pose as gangsters and whatever, when that gun starts firing, maybe yeah, like you gonna duck a bullet. So they're all like that. You know what I mean? And then they start running, like nobody's like really like moving forward. They're all like running back. You know what I mean? But when you look at, but the reason why that happens is because the Most High took His spirit from us. So we got the spirit of fear. You know what I mean? And then they make fun of it all the time. Y'all remember the Boondocks episode where Gangstalicious, he shot his gun and then he just dropped it and started running? They make I'm for real. They make music about it. They always make music about it. They always make rap music about it.
That's hilarious.
You're supposed to be. They always say you're supposed to be a gangster, but you don't drop your gun. They always shoot their gun and drop it. But my point in going here is because Christ isn't in the picture. Even though we put up this front. Even though our men will put up this front like they're brave and they'll kill you whenever, they're really not. They're really not, and you see it when things do pop off. When a police officer shows up, they're running. You know what I mean? But when you see Esau's tactical. With their guns, they shoot, they rolling over. They roll from one car to another car. We're not gonna roll. You know what I mean? They're like standing behind the wall and looking and popping, and we're not doing that. You know what I mean? So let's just be real. Like, we don't have that training. They've always had that training. You know what I mean? They grow up teaching their kids how to shoot. We were never taught to shoot growing up as kids. We were taught by whoever on the block. They're going to the range, and they're practicing their aim. Their women know how to shoot. Does any sister in here knows how to shoot that hasn't been to the military? We got 2 that know how to shoot that hasn't been to the military. 2, but we got like 10 in here. So 20%. So, but when you look at the Edomite woman, she knows how to shoot. The kids know how to shoot. And is it to discourage our people? Yes, it is to discourage our people because that's not what the Most High told us to do. The Most High did not tell us to take vengeance. So yes, it is a discouragement. Don't pick up no gun and try to act like you can go head to head with Esau.
Not as long as the Most High gives him that power.
God, it's very simple, man. All we got to do is just kick back, relax, study the scriptures, teach our people, put on what we need to put on spiritually and mentally. That's it. You got Black Lives Matter. That's all Edomites. We're not out there like that. The 12 tribe members that's a part of the Black Lives Matter movement that's out there, they're supporting that homosexuality. They're supporting all that. So half of them gay. The majority of them gay and bisexuals and all that. That's who's out there. The majority of our people, we got to go to work. We got kids. We're not out there marching and doing all that and protesting. We're not doing that. We got a family to take care of. We got bills to pay. We're not out there doing that madness, but they are. But it's majority Edomites that's out there. It's majority nations. So they're killing each other. That white boy, that 17-year-old white boy, he shot 2 Edomites. Hell yeah, kill each other. Kill each other. It's all good. We don't got to kill them. We don't have to pick up guns. They're going to do it. All we got to do is teach the word, apply the word, try to wake our brother up. And then when we wake our brother up, we just got to be like, look, watch them. They're killing each other.
You're right.
Malcolm X said it. Malcolm X said that they were going to do this. You know, not saying that Malcolm X is definitely not a prophet or anything, but he talked about how the white man, he's so much of a devil that he's going to end up destroying himself. And he was speaking on the fact that they made nuclear bombs. He was like, they're so stupid, they're going to end up destroying their own selves. And you're seeing it. We don't got to do nothing. So, Makai?
I was going to say there's not enough firepower for us to accomplish the kind of peace we think we want. But the scripture says that it comes to bring us peace, and it's not the kind of peace that the world knows anyway. The peace that we think we know is, kumbaya, or, everybody loving and integrating and everything. The peace of God is war.
God.
And to bring peace a lot of times involves war.
God.
Peace is on the other side.
It's not coming back kindly.
You know, when you look at these California wildfires, they're a symbol of what's going to happen to America, period. And for what's about to happen to the world, period. When a wildfire happens, right, and all the forest gets burned down, all of it, you know what ends up happening to that land? It ends up being fertile as hell. It ends up being super nutrient and vitamin rich, and because of the ash, that's what's going to happen. It's like a volcano. When a volcano erupts, that magma is mad nutritious and vitamin rich. That's how islands are formed. You have an underground volcano, it erupts, and then you get an island from it. That's what's happening in Hawaii right now. But the magma comes up and it floats to the top, it forms an island. Next thing you know, this island has a whole bunch of green grass and all that. And you're like, trees, and you're like, how did this happen? How? The purge. So when you look at America burning this land, it's literally going to be, when you look at the Most High, when this happens and he burns the land, it's literally going to be like a reset. Literally. When this whole earth is burning up, it's going to be like a reset. The land is going to go back to being nutritious, vitamin rich. It's going to be perfect, man. It's going to be perfect for these Edomites to work.
Except for America.
Except for America.
That's going to burn.
Forever. Memorial.
Yeah, that's going to burn.
They said that the Yellowstone volcano had over 200 earthquakes. Like during this whole period with the wildfires, over 200 earthquakes was reported around the Yellowstone volcano. Listen, that Yellowstone volcano erupts, that's it for this place. That's a really big volcano.
Yeah, that will take out America.
And yeah, that alone will take out America.
Really?
The Yellowstone volcano, that's huge. That's huge. Power grids, all that is going to be done.
It says like if that erupts, like not only that area, but then the smoke and the ash that will come from that will wipe over the rest of the country.
That's what's happening right now. My uncle sent me a photo of, he lives in Cali, he lives in Oakland. You sent me a photo of the cars just covered with ash from the wildfires.
And then you think about the sun being blacked out like that for so long, then the plant life is suffering.
Yeah.
Not able to grow nothing. Everything's dying.
You know, they also said that the air quality in California, that it's like smoking 20 cigarettes. It's like a person smoking 20 cigarettes a day.
Wow.
Already
Yeah.
with this air pollution that it contains, plus that.
And they got the corona thing covering their face up.
Oh man.
But Most High is working, man. We don't have to do nothing. Just keep reading. That's it.
I was gonna say, like, a lot of times how America be thinking they invincible. I was watching this report one time, like how Japan and China, they were saying if they were gonna attack this place, that's the first place they're gonna target is that volcano.
Yep.
Really? This
That
volcano in Wyoming is that important?
Yellowstone?
I didn't realize that there was even a volcano
Yeah.
there. I know Yellowstone Park. I didn't know there was a volcano.
Yeah, that volcano is very.
They're saying it's a super volcano.
Yeah, it's not just like your average one.
Oh, that's that one in that movie
35
2012,
Yeah.
where like Woody Harrelson is like on that thing, and
There's-
Yellowstone National Park, and then it erupts.
Yeah, when that erupts, this place is done. There's two things that they would attack if they were to attack America. It'll be the Yellowstone volcano. There's actually three. There'll be the Yellowstone volcano, or they would attack the power grid, or they would attack the dam. There's this dam. There's this really big dam.
Niagara Falls?
No, not Niagara Falls. There's a really big dam on the south, somewhere in one of these southern states.
You're talking about the one that holds the Mississippi River?
Nah, it's another dam. I think so.
It's the what?
I always forget the name of the dam, but if they like hit that dam, it'll like flood. It'll flood like damn near like a whole city, damn near a whole state or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah. So like those are like one of the places that they would actually target. But yeah. Let Christ do his thing. We don't have to do nothing.
I had seen them speaking on the fires and everything like that. I seen a man, and it said like a couple days after California passed that pedophilia, the wildfires in California and then the whole West Coast. I mean, it's the way it looks now. Obviously, it's crazy.
Oh wow. So America actually passed a thing on. California.
They passed that they're giving a 8-year window for like 18-year-olds to sleep with by consent with any child, boy or female, that they're allowed for penetration and stuff like that. So they passed that.
Is that what you were talking about, Cortison?
What's that?
And then like if they get time,
That's what it is.
they get time for vaginal penetration.
Well, it's
Right.
One of the
Is it the
things
same?
too. One of the things too is like if in that sense, well, from what I read, they won't be registered as a sex offender.
Right, that was part of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang.
Really?
So you're saying if an 18-year-old has sex with a 12-year-old, it's a misdemeanor?
That's what they're saying in Cali.
They're saying from 11 years old, they're from 11 years old.
Yeah, dog, man.
So it's a misdemeanor.
Not cute, man.
They used to throw young in the jailhouse,
People
man.
die.
You said what?
They used to throw young in the jailhouse, man.
Oh yeah. Not a whole jail is filled with that. Yeah, that used to be a deplorable crime. Anything against children. But now they're making laws to accept it. That's why I think Cali is on fire. I mean, all that homosexuality and pedophilia that came from that place
Yep.
throughout the years. This ain't just recent.
No.
This ain't recent. Look at all the. Just look at it. Look at all the supposed stars. Look at not Kevin Spacey. It is Kevin Spacey. He did on Netflix, man. Jesus. It is Kevin Spacey, right? He had the show on Netflix. He was the president. House of Cards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, look at him. They said he's been molesting people for years. They
He
said
like
Tom
he
Hanks
was
been.
molested
They say he's been raping people for years though. Tom Hanks. What's the movie director guy? or the movie Weinstein. They said it's been going on for years with these people. It's coming out now, so you can see, like, man, the Most High, he's judging and sending wildfires. Somebody sent a fire volcano. Who sent that to me? Or a fire tornado?
There was another one yesterday.
Yeah, I need to see.
Bro, that looks
Still
like
haven't seen these
Elijah calling fire from heaven.
Yeah, I see the scripture you put, but the Most High is sending destruction on this earth, man.
God.
Yeah.
Not to get too far on topic, but did y'all see some new Netflix series that they're supposed to be having with like young
the little girls
dancing and stuff?
Yeah,
And the parents was just sitting there looking horrified.
Yeah, it was
Like a
called
stripper show.
what is it called? Cuties.
Oh, that's what it's about?
Little French, like some other European country. They got the little girls and.
I just like scrolled past.
I didn't.
It.
Yeah.
It's looking horrified, man.
What was it about? What were they going into?
It's cheerleading.
Cheerleading. Okay.
It looked like a stripper dance.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
I read an article that there was like over 350 children that auditioned for that before the cast of the show itself. You know what I'm saying? So, willing parents and willing children taking the children to like some greasy, nasty nations, Edomites, and homosexual Israelites and stuff. It's like,
Yeah,
Making
man.
our kids a pass to the fire.
Let's jump back. Yep.
Isaiah chapter 63 and verse 7. I would mention the loving kindness of the Most High and the praises of the Most High according to all that the Most High hath bestowed on us. And the great goodness towards the house of Yasharallah, which he hath bestowed on them according to his mercies, and according to the multitude of his loving kindness. And he said, Surely they are my people, children that will not lie. So he was their Savior. In all their affliction he was afflicted, and the angel of his presence saved them. In his love and in his pity he redeemed them, and he bare them and carried them all the days of old. Love right there. From there, we're going to go to Luke chapter 24, verse 1. Luke chapter 24.
Dang, you see, we kind of breezed through this one. Wow. Okay. So who reads?
I'm still reading. Luke chapter 24 and verse 1. Now upon the first day of the week, very early in the morning, they came unto the sepulchre, bringing the spices which they had prepared, and certain others with them. And they found the stone rolled away from the sepulchre. And they entered in, and found not the body of the Lord Yahushua. And it came to pass, as they were much perplexed thereabout, behold, two men stood by them in shining garments. And as they were afraid, they bowed down their faces to the earth. They said unto them, Why seek ye the living among the dead?
All right. It's Luke chapter 24, verse 6. It says, He is not here, but is risen. Remember how he spake unto you when he was yet in Galilee, saying, The Son of Man must be delivered into the hands of sinful men, and be crucified, and the third day rise again. And they remembered his words, and returned from the sepulchre, and told all these things unto the 11, and to all the rest. And it was Mary Magdalene, and Joanna, and Mary, the mother of James, and other women that were with them. which told these things unto the apostles, and their words seem to have them as idle tales.
Right. So if anybody that's not familiar, they went to the sepulcher of Yahweh Shai to visit, right? And when they came, they seen that the entrance was, the stone was rolled away. So they're looking for the body. There's no body. They're basically told by two angels, listen, why are you looking for the living amongst the dead? Why are you here? He ain't here. Go ahead.
Verse 11, and their words seemed to them as idle tales, and they believed them not. Then arose Peter and ran unto the sepulchre, and stooping down, he beheld the linen clothes laid by themselves, and departed, wondering in himself at that which was come to pass. And behold, two of them went that same day to a village called Emmaus, which was from Jerusalem about 60 furlongs. And they taught together of all these things which had happened. And it came to pass that while they communed together and reasoned, Yahweh Shai himself drew near and went with them. But their eyes were holden that they should not know him. And he said unto them, what manner of communications are these that ye have one to another, as ye walk and are sad? And the one of them, whose name was Cleopas, answering said unto him, art thou only a stranger in Jerusalem? Hast not known the things which are come to pass there in these days? And he said unto them, what things? And they said unto him, concerning Yahweh Shai of Nazareth, which was a prophet, mighty indeed in word before Yahweh and all the people, and how the chief priests and our rulers delivered him to the condemned death, and have crucified him. But we trusted that it had been he which should have redeemed Israel. And beside all this, today is the third day since these things were done.
Right? Because remember, what did Yahweh Shai say when he was dealing with the Pharisees and he was checking them? He said that he was going to break down the temple and raise it back up in 3 days. Right? And obviously they were like, well, it took 40-something years to build this temple. How you going to raise it up in 3 days? They didn't understand. They didn't understand he was talking about himself. Right? So now these men are talking to Yahweh Shai and not knowing it. Think about that. Think about that. He's sitting there walking right with them. And they don't understand that he's walking right there with them. Right? Just like the angels, how they were able to have and transfigure themselves. Yahweh Shai had them powers. He can change that outward flesh. That's why he said, which one of you, by taking thought, can change your a cubit of your stature, make a hair grow longer, make it turn black, white. But Yahweh Shai had those spiritual powers where he could affect things in that way. You see that? Yeah. Where you think they get all that superhero stuff from? Changing their faces and all that stuff. They get it from the scriptures, man. They get it from the scriptures. Yahweh Shai had a way to alter his appearance. Go ahead.
Verse 22. Yea, and certain women also of our company made us astonished, which were already at the sepulchre. And when they found not his body, they came, saying that they had also seen a vision of angels, which said that he was alive. And certain of them which were with us went to the sepulchre and found it even so as the women had said, but him they saw not.
Right. Somebody, the sister asks, just going back to the last thing that we were talking about, so is it not okay to carry a weapon? Now, we live in Texas, right? Where, what's the law in Texas? They got open carry out here? What they got? Concealed weapons license, right? So you can get a little license to carry. Well, none of us here, we don't, listen, the scriptures say all things are lawful, but not all things are expedient. So, we don't carry guns because we don't need them. It's, that's every man's prerogative. It's not illegal to carry weapons. It's not against the scriptures. How else did Peter cut off a centurion's earlobe? Right? He had a weapon. He rolled with a weapon.
Yeah.
Right? But you got to understand, in this day and age, those that carry the weapons, a lot of the times they call that negative to them, where you got to use it. Sometimes you're going to be put in a position where you got to use it. And then, some people can't control their anger. They, like, when they do gun test, like, they do, like, you fill out the application for guns. They do a little background check. They need to do a different type of check, man, because you got a lot of people that got guns, they got anger issues. They're emotional.
Yeah.
Now because I have a gun, everything has to be a confrontation. Every exchange is confrontational now because I got my gun tucked in my, in between the seat and the door. Some of us don't need to carry guns or any type of weapon. The only weapon you should have is this wisdom, is the word, because again, through not being able to control anger and emotions, a lot of our people have been put in situations where instead of having to use the gun, you could have just talked out or talked about what was going on. But what do we revert to? We revert to the extreme, right? Why'd you shoot him? Well, he was talking bad about my mama. Okay, well, why didn't you just ignore him? Well, I can't be having nobody talk about me, my pride, and then y'all know how it go. So, the carrying the weapon thing, again, we don't do it. Brothers in VA, they don't do it. Do we have weapons? Yeah. But do we carry them around? No. I feel like there's no need.
Shoot power.
You said what?
I'm gonna shoot power out my hand like Yahweh shot.
When you gonna do that? Right now?
So it's gonna be written in the books in the kingdom. Then power came upon the Spirit of the Lord came upon them with power.
Go to Luke 22 and 36.
Luke chapter 22, verse 36.
Right.
Then said he unto them, But now he that hath a purse, let him take it.
Right.
And likewise his scrip.
Right.
And he that hath no sword, let him sell his garment and buy one.
Right. So, nothing wrong with having one. But again, in the way I look at it and the way I see it is that at some point you may be put in a position to have to use that. Use whatever weapon. And are you going to be faster than the next man? And what situations, where are you at where you even have to think I need to carry a gun? Who are you around?
Yeah. What environment?
What environment? Yeah, like I got to watch my back. But okay, if you're hanging out with the unsavory characters, remember, a gun is not a shield. Right? A gun ain't a shield, so, well, it's dangerous out in the streets. Okay. So you avoid the danger. Can your gun stop a stray bullet? Nah. I look at it like this. If it's my time, it's my time. When the Most High wants that spirit, what's he going to do? He's going to take it. It don't matter what gun you got. He's going to take what he calls. He's going to get what he wants.
A couple weeks ago, somewhere like on the West Coast or so in Southwest, there was this Issacharite, a whole bunch of Issacharites, and there was this one Cholo, right? In the midst of a conversation that he was kind of antagonizing, and these other Issacharites tried to run up on him, so he put out his gun, put it out like that. Right when he put it out from under his shirt, he took it out and they started hitting him, and then he shot off, and then a stray bullet get like maybe like 20 yards away, a girl killed her, shot her in the head.
See what I'm saying? It's little things like that where our people don't need to be carrying guns. They need to start reading and studying and getting there. Like you said, they need a psychological exam. They do need to do psych exams. Think about it. All them Edomites that's going around killing people, they're psychos. They're psychotic. The little 17-year-old dude that drove from wherever to wherever, Kenosha, dude got psychological issues, man. You can see it. You can see it, but we have psychological issues also. And again, guns won't solve any problem for us at all on any level right now. All it does is incite more issues and bring about more hurt and more pain. You know, I'm not saying don't defend yourself or defend your home. I'm not saying that at all, but you know, I feel like if the Most High is with us, then He's going to protect us from all the stuff that's going on out there. He already is. He already is. Nobody's getting into, or we shouldn't be getting into altercations out there with anybody or in the house with anybody. But why? It's just using wisdom. It's just agreeing with the adversary quickly. It's learning to take the low road on things, condescending to men of low estate. Like, it's just a mind state. That's all. Not letting. He said the Spirit of the Lord is not frustrated. You know, you get frustrated and you flip off the next person that is driving next to you, whatever the case may be.
Right.
It's about keeping your mind grounded in the Word and saying, okay, like we went over it last night. We went to Hebrews 12 and 2, 12 and 3. Watch, go there real quick. Go to Hebrews 12 and verse 2 and Hebrews 12 and 3.
Hebrews chapter 12, verse 2.
Go ahead.
Looking unto Yahushua, the author and finisher of our faith.
Go ahead.
Who, for the joy that was set before him, endured the cross.
He did what?
Endured the cross.
Go ahead.
Despising the shame.
Right.
And is set down at the right hand of the throne of the Most High.
Right.
For consider him that endured such contradiction of sinners.
It said do what?
Endured such contradiction of sinners.
It said consider him that endured such contradiction of sinners. So what it's saying is, look at Yahushua, right? And look at every instance where he was contradicted by the Pharisees and by anybody, by Pilate. Just look at it. Look at all the instances that he was put in where it was a contradiction of the word coming from someone else. Now remember when they came to grab Yahushua, when Judas gave him up, and what happened? Or who was it? Peter pulled out his sword and cut off the centurion's ear. And what did Yahushua do? He rebuked Peter, healed his ear, but he was showing that right now is not the time for that. Right? If this were my kingdom, else would my servants fight. So, you know, we have to be in the mind of Yahushua and looking at how he maneuvered. Remember, he was moving around a Roman occupation. He was moving around in slavery, right? He was showing us how to move around in slavery. Wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. I mean, you just got to ask yourself, and I asked this last night, in what instance did you ever see Yahushua was using weapons against the people or against anyone? He wasn't, right? That word was so powerful. He said, I am he. And it said 600 men fell back. It's the word. It's the spirit that quickeneth. The flesh profiteth nothing. The words that I speak to you, they are spirit, they are life. But also, it says the word is like a two-edged sword. Yeah. So the word is your weapon. Again, we start carrying guns and knives, and if your emotions ain't in check, first and foremost as a man, if your emotions ain't in check, everything is going to be a gun battle to you. Everything is going to be, well, now I can turn this little misunderstanding into an actual confrontation because I got a gun.
You know, they got that little skit video where the guy, he has like, he's pretty much like how people act when they get a gun, when they finally get a gun.
Yeah.
And he's like everything. He's like, "What's up, man? You got a problem?
Yeah.
Is there a problem?
Yeah, I remember that.
Hold on, you need it? You need it? What's up?
Yeah, you got to borrow it? What?
What's up?
It's going down. Like everything now is, how do I use this weapon? Everything now is geared towards, I got a gun and I ain't scared to use it.
And he's absolutely right, because when you are around people that have it, people that, especially people that's immature, it doesn't matter. They get cut off, they're reaching for their gun. Somebody's crossing the street slow, they're reaching for their gun.
Somebody walks up to them, and all of a sudden it's like, hand on my hip, hand on my gun. Like,
God.
For what? For what?
Yeah.
The paranoid. Our people are paranoid as hell. We shouldn't be carrying guns. Paranoid people shouldn't be carrying guns.
I knew a dude whenever someone was kind of going down, little confrontation. This dude, he has the biggest smile, and his smile is like, it's not a good thing, it's a scary thing. And he's about to grab his gun. He's like, yeah, hey. He just smiled like, and he got this big old Glock in his pants. He used to be in the military. He collect guns, and he ended up, at the end of the day, he shot himself over some stupid stuff. But he's always have his gun.
Shot himself?
Yeah, he killed himself.
Damn.
Like he tried to?
Yeah, he did it. Yeah, he did it.
Yep, somebody just sent me a good one. You can go to Ecclesiastes 9. Ecclesiastes in the Bible 9:18. It's a good one. We're looking unto Yahushai. He said, consider Yahushai. The contradiction of sinners didn't push him to physically try to affect things. He just taught people.
What was that?
Ecclesiastes 9:18.
God.
You see that? And that's what we got to be looking at. How did Yahushua walk? How did Paul walk? How did the 12 walk? Peter was wrong for cutting off the servant's ear. That's why Yahushua healed it and checked Peter. That wasn't the time. Now, again, if it's about self-defense, why am I in a place where I'm going to have to defend myself in that way? Because truthfully, if bullets start flying, I'm not looking to toss bullets back. I'm looking at how to get down, get my head out the way, and make it through whatever's going on. I'm not looking to have no gunfight with nobody. I'm not looking to engage myself in a gunfight with someone or two people that's gunfighting. I'm going to join in. My only defense is to find out where the bullets is coming from and avoid. So even then, having it is on you rolling around, to me is pointless.
My experience knows the difference between when you're following Christ, when you're in the Spirit, being threatened, and when you're not following Christ and you're in the world and being threatened. And I've had guns pointed at me both times. Okay, and so is my son. But 3 weeks ago, I think it was, we were getting the car fixed. And we had stopped at the gas station next to the garage where we were getting it fixed. And we had just left it, went over to the garage, and we're sitting there, and we hear all this gunfire. Okay? All was on the phone. He never looked up. He just kept counseling on the phone. I'm sitting there, and I'm like, okay, I know that's gunfire, I know it's close. And I'm just sitting there, because I'm like, we're behind windows that they can't see in, so they can't take aim at any particular person in here. So I didn't move, But all the mechanics ran to the front of the garage, the bay, and they're all looking out. And I'm like, they're targets.
They're trying to get shot? Right.
But we never looked up, We
Yeah.
never did anything. But there was such a calmness that the Most High had given us, Whereas before, when I had a gun pointed at my head, I'm like, I'm crying. Where do I go?
You panic.
What do I do?
Your life flashes before your eyes.
And everybody else's life too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's a difference, when you're in the Spirit and how the Most High
Yeah,
When you're
yeah.
in the world and you don't hesitate before you even take the shot, that's death to you right there.
Because you're looking for that fiery indignation. You know that I've been living wrong and that one of them bullets could be for me. I mean, me and Noah was sitting Thursday. It was Thursday night. We were at the house. And the house was, all the sisters, they left, all the girls, they left to go do garments. So it was just quiet. It was just me and him. And then you just hear, bop, 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 bop. And I was like, shh, just listen. Right? I said, just listen, that's gunshots. He was like, oh, okay. And we just sat there. I didn't, right, you start looking and you start, let me duck, do it. I just sat there. I was like, man, and I was thinking about it. I was like, any one of them bullets that the Most High wanted, he could make that bullet travel through a tree stump, hit through a car window, hit ricochet off of this, ricochet off of that, and bam. And that's you. That's it. If he wanted.
Absolutely.
Because he creates that spirit to go out. And it says, it tells you in Ecclesiastes 8:38, there be spirits that are created for vengeance. And they don't stop until they're appeased, till the Most High is appeased with the results of what he created that spirit for. Now I'm not saying we walk around being naive and not caring and nonchalant. The scriptures do say be circumspect. So the one thing that I'm always doing, wherever I'm at, I'm watching. I look at my surroundings. Like when we out there street speaking, I can tell you how many times the same car circled the block. I can tell you that's all I was out there doing. Like, oh, they've been around twice. Oh, they've been around 4 times. Look, he was here earlier. He's back. Like, I watch things like that because people are going to move a certain way, and you'll be able to pick up. You'll be able to at least, okay, they've been here. What's going on?
Yeah.
What are they here for? What's the agenda? You look at people's movements. You look at people's body language. You just got to watch and avoid. Watch and avoid situations. Again, as far as carrying weapons, it's not unlawful. I don't personally do it. I don't got time to keep up with a weapon.
Also, even if you're like in a situation where you're in like a community or a neighborhood or environment where it is dangerous, where you may need a gun, the wisdom and the Most High's light that is on you, the Most High will make that light shine where people see you and they're like, he's not a threat.
Yep.
They always look at you like, okay, this person's not a threat. Matter of fact, if anything, we have to protect this person. Mm-hmm. They're not involved with the BS. You know what I mean? They see you just minding your business. You go to work, you come home, they see you with a Bible, they see you with your head covered, they see you with your fringes in your Bible, and they know like, okay, this person's not about. You know what I mean? And then even when you talk to them, it's like you're talking to them about the scriptures. So they already know, oh, okay, this person, they roll different. Yep. The Most High will put it where those same people that's involved with the foolishness, they protect you. Yep. You know what I mean? And it happens all the time when you're in school. You take it back to when you were in school, man. You had that kid that wasn't involved in the BS. You protected that kid. You know what I'm saying? Like if something was going to happen with that kid, somebody was trying to offer that kid weed, you're like, nah, bro, he don't smoke, leave him alone. Nah, she don't smoke, leave her alone. You know what I mean? Like, when that negativity came to that person, you were like, nah, don't do that. He's not down with that. She's not down with that. Don't treat such and such person like this because that wasn't the spirit that they carried themselves in. So the Most High will make it where those same people that's involved with that, they be involved with it, but they know that you're not, and they protect you from the people that don't really know you. You know what I mean? So that's another aspect to look at it too. The Most High sent us out as sheeps in the midst of wolves. Have you ever been around a sheep and felt scared? You'll be around a goat and be like, man, this guy can lose it, headbutt me. But if you're a sheep, when you're around a sheep, you're like, sheep ain't gonna do nothing. You know what I mean? Even if you're around a dog, you're like, man, this dog can lose it, attack me. If you're around a cat, he could lose it, scratch me. But a squirrels just eat nuts. You know what I'm saying? You see a squirrel run up a tree, you don't feel no sense of threat. You know what I mean? Certain birds, they fly by, you don't feel no sense of threat. And that's how it should be with us, where, yes, this world is wicked, dark, But whenever we come around, wherever we at, people should be like, oh, okay, this person don't play around, you know, but there's no threat here. Matter of fact, this person, you know, we gonna look out for them. So,
Yeah, go to that scripture. And let's jump back.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 9, verse 18. Wisdom is better than weapons of war.
Right?
But one sinner destroyeth much good.
Yeah, man. Wisdom is better than weapons of war. I mean, that's bottom line.
Yep.
To be able to maneuver out of a situation than have to react to a situation, a negative situation or a violent situation, it's a lot better to be able to avoid it. Or to maneuver out of it than to have to, de-escalate, than to have to defend yourself or fight back. That's what we got to see. Wisdom, right? Agree with thy adversary quickly. You got a problem with somebody, go to them and fix it. Don't be too high-minded, prideful. Our outlook on other people, the way we look, the way we carry ourselves towards people, that all got to be taken into account. We got to, condescend to men of low estate. When I'm out there in the world and I see people do their foolishness, I'm not treating them like and expecting them to have a standard. I expect them to do the foolishness that they do. I was getting groceries last night, and I was at the little speedy checkout, little line, self-check. And the dude damn near comes and starts moving my groceries out the way so he can grab a bag. He needed a plastic bag or two. And I looked at him, and I was like, all you have to do is ask, I would have got it for you. He just moving I need a plastic bag. I'm like, you ain't got no respect. I'm like, bro, all you had to do was ask. I would have got it. So then he ended up asking me, like, yeah, I got you. And I got the 2 bags. Have a nice day. Like, I didn't get all mad, upset. But it's like, you could at least just ask. But what can you expect from people that have no wisdom? Especially these nations that don't give a damn. They look at you like you're supposed to bow to them, right? But do you move according to that? Because if you do got that weapon on you and the first person that pisses you off and you want to just gun butt them, you're in the wrong.
like, you could have punched him, but now, because you got a gun.
I got a gun butt him.
Let me gun butt you.
Now I got a gun butt you. Yeah, now I got to, come on. Or you got to see, again, for some people, for some men, for some women, having that extra advantage, it's not good for their pride and their ego.
That's true.
It's because I got that thing on me, I can act a certain way. Man, why you acting like that? Well, I got that thing on me. That's how these dudes think. That's how they think. So, you got to examine what's the thinking, what's the thinking of an Israelite that feels like he has to carry a gun or a weapon with him at all times. Like, I got to defend myself. But then what about the Most High defending you? What about that? It's all these things that you got to ask. You got to examine. It shows you that it's a thought process there. What is this person's mind on? Right? Well, their mind is more on the carnal than the spiritual. The spirit dictates everything. Or it should. Right? So we got to use the spirit and rely on that more than our carnal advantages. You read that? You finished that, right? Yeah. Let's jump back. Again, it's not unlawful to have a weapon. It's not unlawful to carry one either. Scripturally, it's not. Now, obviously, you go to your different little jurisdictions and states, they got different laws. But I'm not saying that it's unlawful to have a weapon. I'm just saying, what is the mind state of one that feels like they have to have this as their defense?
Yeah.
All right. Where were we at? Luke 24?
24, yes, sir.
Let me jump back. John.
I was gonna say, one thing, man. Just the Most High said He sent us out wise as serpents, harmless as doves, right? When you think about when it comes to like that wise serpent, the world likes to equate that to a snake, right? But I want y'all to actually think about a snake. A snake has no feet, no arms. All it got is its bite. Some of them got venom, some of them don't got venom. But think about it. This snake When's the last time you saw a snake like get into a fight, like a snake getting into like an altercation with another animal, or you know what I mean? You see dogs barking at each other and fighting. You'll never see a snake. Matter of fact, you never see a snake. You almost never do, right? But just think about, when you think about it from that mentality, when you look at snakes, snakes eat, but they avoid altercation at all costs. They bite you out of self-defense. You know what I'm saying? They bite you to get away from you. A rattlesnake, he'll bite you with his venom and kill you. He knows that.
But he rattles first.
But he rattles to let you know, like, get away from me. When you look at a snake, man, a snake has no defense. But they equate a snake to being wise. Why? Because a snake, he's always...
They know when to run from danger. They know when to flee.
Yeah.
They know when to say, okay, let me defend myself. But a lot of the time, you look at like the snakes and humans, snakes are always, they back up. They'll be backing off. And what is Steve Irwin doing?
Crikey!
Chasing the snake. Crikey. Right? It's chasing the serpent, chasing the snake. Yeah, man.
Like even if you look at like a the spitting cobra, he's spitting in your eyes not so he can kill you. He's spitting in your eyes so you can get away. Mm-hmm. So like the one little weapon that they have, they still even use that in defense. They don't want that altercation, like, period. They just want to eat. But think about it. One bite and they kill you. One bite and they'll kill you, but they're like, nah. Or you come too close, they bite you and they kill you. We got to be the same way. You know, one thing that we have to realize, especially being in the truth, is that oppression maketh a wise man mad, and oppression maketh a wise woman mad. If you don't control that anger, like a lot of these people in the world, they really feel like they're mad and they got a reason to do something. But we understand what's going on, man, and y'all gotta realize a lot of us got a lot of built up things, and it has to be controlled.
Pent up anger,
pent up aggression. It has to.
Mommy issues, daddy issues.
Con.
Yeah.
No anger's here.
You said what?
No anger here.
Oh no, you can't say that. I've been there.
No anger here.
I've been there with them. but nah. What I am saying though is, you know, we must have that self-control at all times, and wisdom is better than weapons of war, man. Like, really use that to get yourself out of the situation before a situation even can happen. You know what I mean? Because we are technically like that snake. And when I say that, don't take it the wrong way, but when I say that is, the Most High sent us out as serpents. I mean, harmless as doves. I mean, wise as serpents, but harmless as doves. We got arms, we got feet, but the Most High don't want us to use it. Just like that snake, all he can use is his mouth to bite you. That's all we can use, is our mouth. That's all we're supposed to use, at least. Use your mouth to diffuse the situation. You can blow on the fire or you can spit on the fire. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
And a lot of the times, just knowing you got that advantage, it puts you in a high-minded state where you react to things a lot differently. Someone's texting me from a 210 number. Who's doing that? I want to know. I don't have the number saved. I got a new phone. Whoever it is, just type your name. Just type your name so I know who's texting you. Right? My turn, right?
Yes, sir.
Where we end off?
At
Luke 24.
Luke 24 and 6 verse 25.
25, right. Luke 24 and 5. Then he said unto them, O fools, and slow of heart to believe all that the prophets have spoken. Ought not Hamashiach to have suffered these things and to enter into his glory? And beginning at Moses, so this is going to Yahushai, he's speaking to Cleophas and these other men. He said he took them all the way back to Moses. He gave them a history lesson. Beginning at Moses and all the prophets, he expounded unto them in all the scriptures the things concerning himself. And they drew nigh unto the village, whither they went. And he made as though he would have gone further. But they constrained him, saying, Abide with us, for it is toward evening. and the day is far spent. And he went in to tarry with them. And it came to pass, as he sat at meat with them, he took bread and blessed it, and brake and gave to them. And their eyes were open, and they knew him, and he vanished out of their sight. And they said one to another, did not our heart burn within us while he talked with us by the way, and while he opened to us the scriptures? And they rose up the same hour and returned to Jerusalem, and found the 11 gathered together, and them that were with them, saying, the Lord is risen indeed, and hath appeared to Simon. And they told what things were done in the way, and how he was known of them in breaking of bread. And as they thus spoke, Yahushua himself stood in the midst of them, and saith unto them, peace be unto you. But they were terrified and affrighted, and supposed that they had seen a spirit. And he said unto them, why are ye troubled, and why do thoughts arise in your heart? Behold, my hands and my feet. So he showed them that it was him, right? That it is I myself. Handle me and see, for a spirit hath not flesh and bones, as you see me have. And when, and when he had thus spoken, he showed them his hands and his feet. And while they yet believed not for joy and wondered, he said unto them, have you here any meat? And they gave him a piece of broiled fish and of an honeycomb. He took it and did eat before them. Man, you know why this scripture is good too? He was showing them that he wasn't a spirit or an angel.
Yeah.
That's why he got the food and he ate. Because what? Angels don't do what?
Eat.
They don't eat. Yeah. Angels don't eat.
You know, it's funny. I was thinking that too.
Yeah.
Like,
So
if
he-
you want to eat really hungry, you just look. Let me show
Right.
you.
He's like, let me show y'all. Angels don't. He taught them that, right? That angels don't eat.
Yeah.
Or they don't marry or give it in marriage. They don't eat. So he was showing them, I'm not a spirit. I'm a man. Here, my flesh, and then let me do something that you could recognize as what an earthly person would need to do is what? Eat. Right?
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's it.
Hey, priest,
That was quick. Yes, sir. Breaking records.
I have two precepts on the weapon.
Oh, you want to go back to that? Okay, what you got?
Let's see, oh, if I got it, it's long. So like, but to be carnal minded is death,
Right?
but to be spiritual minded is life and peace.
Yeah. Kind
Oh,
of.
so like Romans chapter 8, verse 6.
That was Romans 8 and 6. Yep.
Yes, sir.
To be carnal minded is death. To be spiritual minded is life and peace. You know, you gotta think about it. To have to always have the thought in your head that as soon as I walk out the door, I gotta be in fear for my life. Now, who in here walks out the door and automatically that's what the first thing that comes to your mind? Like, oh my God, there's so many different ways to die. Right? At any minute I could get into a car accident or a bullet or this or that. Who thinks about that? None of us, right? We ain't got time to think about that. We know that if we do right, right, go to one of my favorites, go to Ecclesiasticus 7:1, but then also, go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 7 verse 1. Do no evil, so shall no harm come unto thee.
Go ahead.
Depart from the unjust,
Right?
and iniquity shall turn away from thee.
Yeah, man. He said depart. He's showing you where the evil can come from. He said depart from the unjust. Right? So who am I surrounded with? Now go to Ecclesiasticus 33 and verse 1.
Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, the Apocrypha, 33 and verse 1.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 33 verse 1.
Right?
There shall no evil happen unto him that feareth the Most High.
So what is the fear of the Lord gonna do? What is the fear of the Lord? Well, you're gonna keep His word. You're gonna do what the wisdom tells you to do. Go ahead.
But in temptation, even again, he will deliver him.
But in temptation, he shall do what?
But in temptation, even again, he will deliver him.
Right. You see that? Watch. Go to verse 3.
Verse 3. A man of understanding trusteth in the law.
Yeah, not in his weapons. He trusts in the law. Go ahead.
And the law is faithful unto him as an oracle.
Right, meaning if I use it, if I use the wisdom, if I use the knowledge, I'm going to get the good byproduct. I'm going to get the good result. I use the knowledge the right way, I'm going to get the wisdom. So I don't have to do the physical to accomplish the goal. Khan, that's not living. They call that living in fear. Yeah, the scripture said that was one of our curses. That our lives,
Hang in the balance.
our life would hang in the balance. You would tremble at the very thought, right? You said what?
With God, it was night. With God,
Yeah,
it was day.
with God it was even. With God it was more like, you're like, man, it's dark out. It's getting dark. It's about to get crazy. Wish it was the daytime. It's the daytime. It's crazy. Man, I wish it was nighttime. He was showing you that you were going to, no matter what, in every instant, fear. Where's it at? You're going to have this fear, man. But I don't walk around living like this.
It's Deuteronomy
28 and what?
67.
67.
Oh, no, 66.
28:66. And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and shalt have none assurance of thy life. I mean, who in here lives like that? Nobody. Why? Because we're using wisdom. We're not relying on carnal things to get us through day to day. Right? Matthew 6:33. Seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High and all his righteousness. That's what we do first. Everything else is going to take care of itself. Put y'all's phones on silent, please. Right? Right. That was it for the reading. I know we have a question. Does anybody else got any questions on the reading? And Dawiyah made a statement. Yeah. Yeah, Dawiyah, you're absolutely right. Verse 44 and 45 are one of my favorites. In Luke, that we just read, I'll read 44. He said unto them, these are the words which I spake unto you while I was yet with you, that all things must be filled which were written in the law of Moses, and in the prophets, and in the Psalms concerning me. Then opened he their understanding, that they might understand the scriptures. He gave them the understanding. He gave them a lot of understanding, who he was, what he was sent for, the purpose, the mission, the prophecies fulfilled. We went through it last night about prophecies and certain men desiring to see certain things and weren't able to. But yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point on that. Did we have anything on any questions on the reading? We had one question that was earlier, right? The Matthews.
Yeah.
You said you wanted to do that?
What was that again?
It says, can someone explain this to me? Using this to say everyone can partake in the kingdom. Everyone is going to partake in the kingdom, just on different levels.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put together a class for y'all on what's going on in the kingdom. It says, but the children of the kingdom, Matthew 18 and 12. Somebody get it.
The book of Matthew, chapter 18, verse 12. How think ye?
8.
Oh, 8.
8:12.
The book of Matthew, chapter 8, verse 12.
Right.
But the children of the kingdom shall be cast out into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. And Yahushua said unto the centurion, go thy way, and as thou hast believed, so be it done unto thee. And his
Right,
servant
no,
was
that's it on that.
We should have started at verse 11.
Yeah, read verse 11.
Verse
You put it
11.
in there backwards, yeah.
Matthew chapter 8, verse 11. And I say unto you, that many shall come from the east and west, and shall sit down with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven. But the children of the kingdom shall be cast out into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Gone. So the question was, the question was, can someone explain this to me using? Can someone explain this to me? Someone using this to say everyone can partake in the kingdom, right? So the first thing that we got to understand is, if everyone can partake in the kingdom, then the Bible is contradictory, right? Because you'll have to forget all the other scriptures,
Disannul all prophecies.
disannul all everything else.
Yep.
So you gotta sit and think and say, okay, then what is it talking about, right? Especially when it says that the children shall be cast into outer darkness and all that, right? So let's go to. I'll show y'all. Let's go to Isaiah. We can go to Isaiah chapter 11 and verse 10.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 11, verse 10.
Mm-hmm.
And in that day there shall be a root of Jesse, which shall stand for a sign of the people.
Go ahead.
To it shall the Gentiles seek,
Go ahead.
and his rest shall be glorious.
Khan. So you read this and you'll be like, damn, so the Gentiles are going to seek to this root? But again, who's the Gentiles?
The scattered.
The scattered. Yes, the Gentiles are the nations, but when it's speaking about the kingdom, and you sitting with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, we understand that no Gentile is going to sit with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Remember, exactly. Remember, it tells you that the kingdom that's descended from heaven, no unclean thing shall go into that kingdom, right? So no Gentile is going to go into that kingdom. The Gentile is going to be out. That's speaking of the nations. But when it's speaking about verse 10, and we're going to read down, it's speaking about those that were scattered into these Gentile lands. They're going to grow up looking like Gentiles. They're going to be speaking the different languages. You're really going to think that they're Gentiles. It's like when you read back in Revelation chapter 7, it said, they asked, who's this multitude? Who's this other multitude? Like the guy had to, John had to ask, right? We're going to hit that too, but read down.
Verse 11. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Most High shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnants of his people.
Go ahead.
Which shall be left from Assyria, and from Egypt, and from Pathros, and from Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar, and from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea.
So, this is the remnant of his people, right? Read verse 12.
Verse 12. And he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth.
God. So, it's showing that when you go back to Matthew chapter 8 and verse 12, and it's talking about, but the children of the kingdom shall be cast out into utter darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Think about what was happening during this time. You had the Pharisees, right?
Okay.
So who's going to be getting cast out? The Pharisees. The people that the Pharisees, those are the ones that's going to be getting cast out. And then when you read verse 11, and I say unto you that many shall come from the east and the west, and shall sit down with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven. It's talking about the remnant of our people. You got the Pharisees, right? They were there. They're the ones that's doing that. They're the high priests. They're the ones that's doing it all. You would think that they're going to be the ones that's going to sit with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right?
Yep.
But nah, those are the ones that's going to be casted out. It's just like in today's time. You would swear that Joel Osteen, Creflo Dollar, T.D. Jakes, you would swear that these people are the ones that's going to be leading our people into heaven. But no, it's not them. It's us. It's the ones that scattered throughout all the earth that's teaching this word. We're the ones that's actually going to be leading our people, right? Go to Revelations chapter 7. Go to Revelations chapter 7 and read verse 13.
The book of Revelation, chapter 7, verse 13.
Go ahead.
And one of the elders answered, saying unto me, what are these which are arrayed in white robes? And whence came they?
Go ahead.
And I said unto him, Sir, thou knowest? And he said to me, these are they which came out of great tribulation, and have washed their robes, and made them white in the blood of the Lamb.
Go ahead.
Verse 15. Therefore are they before the throne of the Most High.
So is it the nations or is it our people? Who's going to be before the throne of the Most High? It's us. Go ahead.
And serve him day and night in his temple.
Are the nations serving the Most High right now, day and night? Or is it you? Go ahead.
And he that sitteth on the throne shall dwell among them.
So Christ is going to be sitting on the throne. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the 12. They're going to dwell amongst us. We're going to dwell amongst them. It's not going to be a nation. It's not going to be Joel Osteen. That's going to be us. But, you know, when you go back to verse 14, when you go back to verse 13, read verse 13 from the top.
Revelation chapter 7, verse 13.
Go ahead.
And one of the elders answered, saying unto me, what are these which are arrayed in white robes?
Go ahead.
And whence came they?
If you scroll further.
So it says, what are these arrayed in white robes, and whence came they? Remember, the whole, you had earlier in the chapter, it named 12,000 from every tribe. Right? So why would he ask? Oh, it's right here. So why would he ask, who are these people that's arrayed in white robe, and where did they come from? If they look like the typical Israelites. Nah, they're going to look different because we're coming from we were scattered to the four corners of the earth. So we're going to come looking like everything. So that's why he had to ask, like, who are they? Because he's used to how they looked, right? So that's what it's talking about when it goes to, when you go back to Matthew chapter 8 and verse 11. Go back to Matthew chapter 8 and verse 11.
Yeah, the one thing, and I had a conversation with, it was Zion and Bakar.
Yeah.
On the phone yesterday about it. You got to remember, whenever is the Most High the author of confusion? No.
Yeah.
So when he's talking about Gentiles, who's he talking about?
Israel.
Huh? No, when he talks about, there's two Gentiles.
Gone.
Right. But when he goes into saying, well, the nations shall come to thy light, right, and things like that, or nation coming from far, right? Well, coming from far, we know that's Israelites in a Gentile state of mind. But then, why does the Most High have to give light to all the Gentiles? So the ones that are Israelites could wake up. Right. Just like us, we were all Gentiles.
It's ironic y'all bringing that up, because I was at the car wash yesterday, and I run across I walked up to this guy and I said, you know your nationality? I said, what's your nationality? He said, Israelite. And I said, you congregate with anyone? He said, yes, GOCC. He was telling me all nations could be saved.
That's what they believe, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they believe. He said all nations could be saved. And I say, that's not what the Bible says. I say, some the ones that gonna be saved, the ones that gonna be hiding in the cave.
Now, let me say this. See, you gotta understand, all nations are gonna be saved.
Oh, yeah, I
They are,
understand that. I
but see,
understand that.
it's semantics. What are they gonna be saved for? What is the nation? What are the nations gonna? What is their purpose gonna be in the kingdom?
Right.
Build it up.
Right. To build it, to get to work.
Get to work.
It says it in Isaiah. When you read in Isaiah 62 or 63, he said it. They're gonna plow your fields. They're gonna dress your vineyards. Right. Isaiah 14 tells you about the slavery. Isaiah 60, Isaiah 49, like all of it. They are going to be saved for their purpose. Think about it, the ones that don't bow are put to death. The other ones that do bow, they are saved for a purpose. But are they going to have the same salvation as me and you? Well, let's just reverse the roles, right? Every day we're saved, we're not being put to death, but are we in the same role as the white man as a whole? No. He's the head, we're the tail. So it's going to change. So yeah, we get into this kingdom talk and nation talk because I don't want to have to build up the outer walls of the kingdom when that time comes. Hell no, I don't want to do nothing.
We got to do everything here.
Oh yeah, we have to do everything here. But if the roles are reversed, the slaves is who build up the society and the infrastructure.
All you have to do is just look. Like we were talking about it earlier. Like when we're cursed, they're blessed. When they're blessed, when we're cursed, they're blessed. Mm-hmm. When we're blessed, they're cursed. Right. So when you look up, when you take it back to the time period of the late 1600s, the 1700s, when we were slaves and we were on reservations and we were getting conquered, did the white man build his house? No, he didn't. Was he out there cooking? No, he didn't. So, what do y'all think? Like, what do you think? Like, we're gonna be in the kingdom cooking for them, building their house? Like, we're just gonna build each other's house. Like, no, like we didn't do that. We weren't doing that when y'all were reigning. When y'all were really in power and reigning, and y'all had chains and all that. We weren't doing that. Even today, we don't do that because they're the foremans. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these construction spots, the 12 tribes are building those houses, but they're the foremans getting paid to sit in the AC truck.
In a white truck.
So
Pouring the concrete and all that.
pouring the concrete, bruh, they don't do nothing but sit on the computer in their truck watching porn or something. I mean, it's real. So when you look at that, when you look at how we were during their captivity, what makes you think, the Most High said reward them double, what makes you think that in our captivity, after everything that we've been through, like, I'm going to be serving him food, and vice versa? That don't make no sense. That makes no sense. The master, he dressed good, but we dress like crap, but in the kingdom, we all going to be dressing nice? We all going to have the gold and the jewelry?
There's separation already.
Then what's the point? What will be the point in us doing everything that we're doing right now?
That's right.
There wouldn't be a point.
What you got?
Isaiah chapter 49, verse 23. Anybody got it?
The book of Isaiah, chapter 49, verse 23.
Yep.
And kings shall be thy nursing fathers, and their queens thy nursing mothers. They shall bow down to thee with the face toward the earth, and lick up the dust of thy feet.
They're going to be brought low, man. Go ahead.
And thou shalt know that I am the Most High, for they shall not be ashamed that wait for me.
Woo. God. That's right. Go to Isaiah 14 and 2. So yeah, they're going to make it. Who is Blake Griffin? Blake Griffin is a basketball player whose father is very, very dark Levite, and his mother is white. And he has the bone structure of a Judite, but the look of an Edomite. And then his son looks like a blonde little he looks blonde haired and blue eyed. But he's an Israelite, he's a Levite. Read that, Isaiah 14:2.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 2. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place.
Right.
And the house of Yasharallah shall possess them in the land of the Most High for servants and handmaids.
So they're gonna be there with us. Can't get around it. But in what capacity? Well, they're gonna be the servants and the handmaids. Go ahead.
And they shall take them captives, whose captives they were. And they shall rule over their oppressors.
They should do what?
Rule over their oppressors.
Right. They should rule over their oppressors. Right? Is that it? Go ahead. Oh, wait a minute. Go ahead.
Verse 3. it shall come to pass in the day that the Most High shall give thee rest from thy sorrow, and from thy fear, and from the hard bondage wherein thou was made to serve.
You see that? Because there is going to be a rest. There's going to be a rest from the hard bondage. There is going to be a rest from the sorrow. So hopefully we answered that one. I just got another one that came in. Let's see. It's Sale. Shalom, bro. Regarding Luke 24 and 43. Yahushua gave them a sign that they were dealing with flesh and not spirit. Requiring a sign seemed like an ongoing characteristic of Israel, while also the scriptures describe wanting a sign as an evil thing, Luke 11:29. Before the kingdom is established, does the scripture ever speak of us getting to the mindset where we no longer desire a sign? Well, yes, the scriptures do say the Jews, what does it say? The Greeks seek knowledge, the Jews require a sign. That it does come back in Luke and say a wicked and slothful generation required the sign. And right now, yes, we're in the generation. It's tricky. Because no matter what, think about it. Wasn't Moses a sign of the people that you don't have to live under captivity to Egypt? Moses, Aaron, they were assigned to the people that, listen, we could do something different. Yahushua is our sign. What are you looking at as a sign, though? Do I need to get in 50 million rollover accidents and be constantly tormented and chastised to realize what I'm supposed to follow? Or do I not just read the wisdom and follow that? Think about it. What are the signs that we have to get? Usually they're okay, I'll ask it like this. What is one sign that you know the Most High is with you? What's one sign? What's one way you can tell? What's that?
We wake up every day.
Well, thieves and robbers wake up every day. Is he with them?
No.
Right. So it'd be more like, huh?
Rephrase that question again.
How is one way you know that the Most High is with you?
Because he's whipping out butts.
There it is.
God.
He's putting a whooping on us, right? Now, why is he whipping us? Were we not disobedient, slothful, wicked? Right? So yes, a wicked generation does require a sign. But now think about it. Because he asks, is there a time that we're going to not need a sign? Do you got to constantly be chastised to realize what you got to do for the Most High?
Blah.
No, right? Do you? I don't either. I don't need to go through the Deuteronomy 28 signs, because he said that the curses would be on you for a sign and for a wonder. The sign is that I'm with you, right? But I'm not going to let you just do what you want. I'm going to check you. But now, do righteous men and women need those type of signs to be able to move and be motivated and be proactive? No, we shouldn't, right? We shouldn't need those signs, right? So what do? Every day you wake up, you go directly into what do I need to accomplish today for the Most High, not, well, let me sit back and wait for a sign day to day. Nobody does that. Nobody wakes up like, man, let me sit back here. What you waiting for? I'm waiting for a sign from Christ that I gotta get up and do what he wants. He already gave us the signs. We just now gotta follow. So yes, we're living in that time. We're living in that time where that constant motivation, that constant chastisement, we getting tired of that. Right? I mean, some of us are. We get tired of that. Some of us aren't, obviously. But the ones that know and that they've been awakened, they know. Okay, I don't need to go through the chastisements of the Most High before I start to please Him. You see that? Who had their hand up?
I got a scripture.
What you got, Shadak, and then Nicodemus.
1 Peter 1 and 8.
Go ahead.
1 Peter chapter 1 and verse 8. Whom having seen not ye love, in whom do ye now see him not, yet believing, yet rejoicing with joy unspeakable and full of glory, receiving the end of your faith, even the salvation of your souls, of which the prophets have inquired and searched diligently, who profess the grace that should come unto you, searching what manner of time the Spirit of Christ, which is in them, do signify, when it testified beforehand the sufferings of Christ, and the glory that should follow. You know, just like what you were saying, how you say it's tricky, but then there's those of us who didn't have to go through the same things or see the same sights, as far as the Red Sea parting, or fire being called from heaven, or the dead being raised to life, or Kanye West and Joe Osteen walking on water. We didn't have to see them things.
Yeah, Kanye West walks on water. Yeah. You know, there were some that believed that Yahweh Shai had risen without having to poke their hands through his holes and watch him sit there and eat and touch him. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not everybody was on that mind state. But somebody that's unbelieving, they're gonna need all the facts and all the evidence and all this, and right? I mean, but is there the scriptures say prove all things. So everything does have to be proven to us, hold fast to that which is good.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we all believe in Yahweh Shai, right? Who in here has poked their hands poked your fingers through the holes of his hands? Who in here has done that? Nobody. But we all believe that he died and rose, right? We all believe that everything that we've read, he's done. All the scriptures are true, right? So, blessed are your eyes. They have not seen, but you believe. Blessed are you that have not seen and believe. You see that? There's a, because now that faith, your faith is activated. There's faith. There's patience. There's all these fruits of the Spirit that it ain't just about seeing or hearing. Remember, righteous judgment, taking all things into account. So we're in that time, man, where we don't need the signs. I don't need an earthquake. I don't need a flood to come through and hit Houston to know, okay, we got to be out in them streets teaching, or a plague, or we don't need that. The ones that are aware of what's going on. Yeah, but they need it. The signs are for the signs are for the wicked. Go there. Give me that one, Luke.
Oh, the wicked and adulterers.
Yeah, give me that one in Luke 11:29.
The book of Luke, chapter 11, verse 29.
Right.
And when the people were gathered thick together, he began to say, this is an evil generation.
Right.
They seek a sign.
Right.
And there shall no sign be given it, but the sign of Jonas the prophet.
Right, an evil generation that seeketh the sign. Think about it. The people of the wilderness in Deuteronomy, they were looking for a sign, but they had a sign the whole time. They had the cloud and the pillar, right? They had the manna from heaven. They had, every time they were thirsty, we're going to turn bitter water into sweet. All those signs to show what? The Red Sea parting, the 10 plagues. Think about it. We had the 10 plagues. Now, just the plague of darkness alone. Now we didn't feel that darkness, but we knew it was dark over there, right? But then think about this: to see and hear the firstborn of every man and the beast die, right? To see the frogs and the locusts ripping through Egypt. We got those signs. And what do? We still went into the wilderness and got faithless, fearful, backbiting, double-tongued, not wanting to do it. And then more signs had to come. Oh, well, here goes fiery serpents. Let's get you back in line. Oh, Korah and Dathan, let's open up the earth. Here goes another sign. Right? All these different things that were happening. But who were the signs for? The righteous? The ones that believed already? No. The signs were for the ones that were rebellious and didn't believe.
That's the scripture I was going to read.
What you got?
Deuteronomy chapter 9, verse 24.
Mm-hmm.
Don't read it, call.
Read that, Yashikar.
Deuteronomy chapter 9, verse 24. Ye have been rebellious against the Most High from the day that I knew you.
Right.
Thus I fell down before the Most High 40 days and 40 nights, as I fell down at the first, because the Most High had said he would destroy you. I prayed therefore unto the Most High and said, O Yahweh our power.
Right, was that it? Right. Right, yeah. We have been rebellious, and then every time we got to get the signs. We got to get the like America. Think about it. America is getting all the signs of the Most High. And they still haven't woke up to see, wait a minute, coronavirus, right? Earthquakes, fires, famines, floods in one place. They're about to get smashed in Florida with flooding, but they wish they had that water in Cali.
They sure do.
They wish they had that water in Cali.
Even though they're right next to the ocean.
Right. And then right after Florida, there's 2 more storms headed to America. Like, come on. The signs are there, but look at America. It's for America to realize their filth and wake up. But
we're still seeing the signs too, though. We're just seeing it how it's happening.
well, yeah, we're definitely seeing it, but we're not like, oh, we need this sign. Well, the only way I'm gonna get motivated is that an earthquake has to happen in Idaho. Right? That's more than just a sign. That's an anomaly. There's no earthquakes in Idaho.
Right.
But they're happening.
Come.
Not earthquakes, hurricanes.
Oh, the hurricane.
I know.
They had a hurricane up in Idaho somewhere. Idaho or one of them, Montana,
Iowa.
one of them. Iowa. Yeah, it was Iowa. Now, if you look at Iowa, how is Iowa getting a hurricane? Those come from the sea, and then they hit land. By the time they hit land, they break up. But see, that right there had to motivate. That was sent out to do what? Chastise somebody, get somebody motivated. But once they're motivated, you shouldn't have to have more signs.
Right.
Those signs, those reproofs, those checks, shouldn't need those to keep moving. You should just be moving.
Con.
Yeah. So yeah, he said he got it. I mean, y'all all got that? Christ beginning. Is it? Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Gonna look at Christ. That's more. Some came to show my. Want to get. Let's see here. There was one more question. They used this saying, the Sabbath don't start at sundown. Well, the Sabbath don't start at sundown. Well, where do we go to even get the first Sabbath? The first time the Sabbath was even mentioned is Genesis, the first chapter, right? No. So, not the first chapter, but the second chapter. But even just to understand a day, even to understand a day, let's go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 5.
The book of Genesis chapter 1 verse 5.
Right?
And the Most High called the light day.
Right?
And the darkness he called night.
Right?
And the evening and the morning were the first day.
Right. So we know that the days start in the evening. What is that? Dusk?
Evening is dusk,
Right.
night.
Right.
Dusk
Dusk.
or night.
See, we made it, the Most High made it real simple for us. When you look and the sun is gone, that's the beginning of another day.
It makes sense.
It makes right?
makes sense.
It gets you- right, because what's more confusing? Seeing the sun go down or going and like, oh, it's 12:01. It's the next day.
How would you know it was 12:01 back then? I mean, you judge
Like on the dot.
you wouldn't know on the dot.
You wouldn't know on the dot. You wouldn't, because the moon ain't gonna tell you all that. So the Most High made it easy. When the sun goes down, dusk, that's the next day. That's the beginning of the next day.
It makes sense.
That's it. So from down to down, that it would make a perfect 24 hours. There's no guessing,
That is right.
right? There's no guessing game there.
No confusion. With
No
the Most High.
confusion. So Most High is not the author of confusion, right? So we deal with. I always like dealing with Genesis because it gives us the blueprint of how the Most High intended things to be. So the evening and the morning were the first day, right? So now when we jump over to Genesis chapter 2 and 2,
Genesis chapter 2, verse 2.
right?
And on the seventh day the Most High ended his work,
Go ahead,
which he had made.
right?
And he rested on the seventh day.
So we know the seventh day is the day of rest. So, but we know that the days, they technically would start, according to Genesis, at that even. That's why when we do like our feast days, we do from evening to evening. Or a fast, we usually try to do from sundown to sundown. It just makes it easier. You don't have to sit there and, man, is it 12:01? Is it 2 a.m.? 12:01 and 2 a.m. all looks the same. Right? It's hard to tell if you don't have a watch. 3 o'clock a.m., look, but then what starts to happen? Oh, here's, you got dusk. Dusk is what? That's the night. You got dawn, right? Where the moon starts to do its thing and the sun starts to rise. So now you can say, oh, okay, well, 12 hours ago, it started the day. And then boom, the next 12 hours, boom. What's that?
My family, man, my family, when we celebrate Christmas,
Right?
they used to wait till 12 midnight.
Oh, yeah, to bust them gifts? Yeah,
Open them earlier.
it's a tradition, right?
Like, man.
Yeah, you could open them earlier, right?
Like at 7.
But yeah, it's just like those traditions of men.
God.
Like, what's so significant? Like think about this. Well, I mean, what's so significant about 12:01? And
I'm sorry, but this thoughts hitting me.
yeah, well, you see how we moved around just ignorantly.
But you know what else is crazy though? They do the whole ball drop for New Year's at 12:01.
two,
Yeah, kinda, that's
one.
But it's like everybody else is like, well, it's been New Year's.
Yeah, but like the scriptures say,
God.
they seek to change times and laws and ordinances.
Crazy.
And the New Year's is Passover, right? Well,
Yeah.
New Year's is first month, which is,
April.
Yeah. The New Year's is more April, springtime. I got it. Daniel 7:25, and he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws. And they shall be given into his hand until a time and times and a dividing of time. So the time, they changed the times, and they changed the law. The law was the Sabbath day was on the seventh day, day of rest. They changed the time of when a day starts, they changed the time of the Sabbath. Now people go to church on Sunday, right? And a day starts at, what time does a day start? 12:01 is when a day starts. So they got everything they shifted everything, what was it? 6? Yeah, they shifted everything forward 6 hours. So you technically start a day 6 hours late if you go by the 12:01.
And then they have all these different time zones.
Then they got the different time zones, but all you gotta do is look at the sun
That's true.
and just say, hey, this is what time it is.
Regardless of where you're at.
Yeah, regardless of where you're at, oh, it's a new day.
That's it.
It's a new day about to start.
Well, science awesome, man.
Listen, it's the simplicity that's in Christ. He make it simple.
Like, wow.
He tells us when to celebrate the Sabbath. He tells us when to celebrate the Sabbath on the seventh day. I've never read like like another thing that makes it hard, like a new moon Sabbath. I've never read that, where it says we have to celebrate the Sabbath on a new moon. There was always commas in between new moon and Sabbath. That tells you that there's more than one thing going on here. Commas do what? They replace and, right? Instead of saying and, you put Sabbath, comma, new moon, comma, right? Right. So that's all a comma does. It takes the place as and. So I've never seen new moon Sabbath. I've always seen new moons and Sabbaths or comma Sabbath, right? So we make it hard. Where the Most High said, man, Sabbath on the seventh day, this is when the day starts. Watch. Go to Ecclesiasticus. No, actually. Let's go to where's that? Day 4. Hold on. Yeah, it is Ecclesiasticus. Like, what did he give us the moon for?
The signs,
And the sun.
Right?
sign, the first the light and the signs, times of the months.
Yeah. Remember, there was already light before the moon and the sun. There was already light. He said, let there be light. This is before he created the sun and the moon. So
That's correct.
there it is. Go to Ecclesiastes 43:6. Should have said it. It was in my head.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 43, verse 6.
Right?
He made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of times.
Right. Not just like extended time, but, the moon's coming up. Oh, it's nighttime. Sun's going down. It's the start of another day. That's technically nighttime. It's a new day.
Right.
So he gave us the moon, the sun, the stars for a service. Go ahead.
And a sign of the world.
Right.
Verse 7. From the moon is the sign of feasts.
Right. So the moon was the sign of the feasts. Go ahead.
A light that decreaseth in her perfection.
Right. Let's see here. Right. And, I like this chapter. He's going through the sun, the moon, the stars, the rainbows. But he's showing us what he gave the moon and the sun for our service.
Psalms 104:19.
What does it say?
Psalms 104:19. He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down.
He appointed the moon for seasons. Yeah. So there's a reason why the moon does what it does, but if you didn't understand, he just said, look, when the sun goes down, that's the beginning of a day. All right, so hopefully you got that. My political science instructor told me he'll debate anyone and prove that God isn't real. I was like, wow. Right. Well, they. That's a problem with Esau's education. First of all, it's white supremacy, so they're automatically gonna take God out the equation. But I would ask him. I would say. This is what I would say to him, because this is the thing. It says, "A fool saith there is no God." Right? It tells you that in Psalms 14:1. But I would just ask him. I would say. And obviously, he probably don't know anything about the Bible. But I would just say, hey, I'll take him to Deuteronomy 28 and 68 and just say, hey, what is this? What does this mean? What does this mean? That's what I would do. Who is the Bible talking about? And who did this happen to in history that you know of? I mean, you can't disannul prophecy that already happened. The Bible said it was going to happen, and it happened hundreds of years later. You see that? So, I mean, they can debate. The wicked will always find ways to try to remove the Most High out of the equation, but that's why he said it's a mystery. That's why he said he revealed the mystery unto his saints.
That's right.
because it's not for everybody to get. They have to. Some people have to be there to deny it. So yeah, that's why I don't debate, man. I wonder what he would say though. I wonder what he would say. Let's see here. Sons are appearing all over the world. And the
sister had asked, why
Rahabom was Solomon's son. That was prophecy.
Go to it?
Yeah, let's go to it real quick. And I'll just explain it. But so we know that the kingdom was given to Solomon. Solomon reigned, 40 years of peace. Then he fell off, started creating gods to the other nations. The prophecy that on Solomon was that the kingdom would be rent from him and split. But the Most High, right? The Most High who is faithful, he said, listen, I promised David. I got to uphold my promise to David, so I'm going to let the kingdom go to your son, which was Rehoboam. And so that was considered Judah. Judah, Benjamin, and Levi.
Half a tribe.
Half tribe of Levi. Go to where we want to go.
You can go to 1 Kings
right?
chapter 11 and verse 11. You can start at 11. You're going to read 11 through 13. And then we'll jump to 1 Kings. Oh, yeah, you'll stay in
12 too, also, what he made 26 when he made Jeroboam, the Ephraimite.
Yeah, we're going to jump there as well. Yep.
1 Kings 11, verse, what you want?
11.
11.
Yeah.
1 Kings 11. Wherefore the Most High said unto Solomon, forasmuch as this done of thee, and thou hast not kept my covenant and my statutes, which I have commanded thee, I will surely rend the kingdom from thee, and will give it to thy servant. Notwithstanding in thy days I would not do it for David thy father's sake.
So the only reason why the Most High didn't just split the kingdom during Solomon's time was because, yes, Solomon messed up, but the Most High was still a little bit merciful. So because of that, the Most High didn't do it in Solomon's time. Solomon more than likely showed a little bit of humility, and the Most High didn't do it while he was alive. It was kind of like the same thing when Ahab was going around with Jezebel, and the Most High told Ahab, you and all your sons, your whole household is going to die. Ahab, he showed humility right after that. He rent his clothes, he cast the dirt on his head, and the Most High was like, you know what, just for this little bit of humility, I'm not going to do it during his lifetime, but after he dies. So more than likely, Solomon showed humility after he was checked, right? And that's why the Most High didn't do it while he was alive, but did it while his sons was alive. Go ahead, verse 12.
But I will rend it out of the hand of thy son.
Go ahead.
Verse 13. Howbeit, I will not rend away all the kingdom,
Right.
but will give one tribe to thy son for David, my servant's sake, and for Jerusalem's sake, which I have chosen.
God. So you can jump to verse 28.
So we see there that he did it for David.
Yeah.
To fulfill the prophecy, the promise that he made to David for his works.
Actually, jump to... read verse 28.
Verse 28.
Kind of get the story.
1 Kings 11 and 28. And the man Jeroboam was a mighty man of valor. And Solomon, seeing the young man, that he was industrious, he made him ruler over all the charge of the house of Joseph. And it came to pass at that time when Jeroboam went out of Jerusalem, that the prophet Ahijah, the Shilonite, found him in the way, and he had clad himself with a new garment. And they too were alone in the field. And Ahijah caught the new garment that was on him, and rent it 12 pieces.
Yep.
And he said to Jeroboam, take thee 10 pieces, for thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, behold, I will rend the kingdom out of the hand of Solomon. I will give 10 tribes to thee. Keep on rolling.
Yes, sir. Verse 33. Verse 32.
Verse 32. But he shall have one tribe for my servant David's sake,
Uh-huh.
and for Jerusalem's sake, the city which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel.
Gone. So Rehoboam, that became Solomon's son. Rehoboam ended up being in charge, being over Judah. He came out of Judah. He ended up being over Judah, and he ended up being over Benjamin. So we say the half tribe of Levi because remember the Levites went with every tribe. So you're going to have Levites in all the 12 tribes. So that's why half of the tribe of Levi went with Judah and Benjamin, whereas the other half went with the rest of the tribes. But the Levites were the priests. So you had to have the Levites with every tribe and every city so that you can go and bring your sacrifices to the Levites. So that is why I guess it just so happened that Benjamin ended up being chosen to go with Judah. But that was the tribe that the Most High chose to go with Judah. But yeah, that's why it was rent. Is there any more questions? Okay.
I have one question, but it's off topic.
What's up?
So, Alistair Crowley, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has that out of, like, the book of the law. Do what thou wilt. Right? I seen this yesterday. We kind of briefly talked about it yesterday when they mentioned, like, the Mason and everything. But obviously that's goes against the Most High. What scriptures are there that diminishes that saying of do what thou wilt? Basically, because that's the saying is saying
To do what you will.
that's the law that they have. It's like if you see there's a picture of Jay-Z. He has a photo of himself with that shirt on. You know, briefly, I went into it last night. Seeing S.O.W. He made it a CD like 3 years ago. Stated like that's what it's called. His album is called "Do What Thou Wilt." And I was like, wow, this dude's off, right?
So
But, yeah, what scriptures are there to?
the perfect scripture, you can go to Ecclesiasticus 15, and you can start at verse 14.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 15, verse 14.
And before you read that,
Well,
and
go ahead.
Ecclesiastes, before you read that, go to Ecclesiastes 11 and 9.
And all you got to ask yourself is, whose will are we supposed to be doing? I mean,
Even better.
do we need to really go through all the scriptures that we've been going through? Right? But just think about it. Whose will are we supposed to be doing? Or, better yet, whose footsteps are we supposed to be following?
Yahweh Shai.
Right. So once we put that in our head, that we're supposed to follow Yahweh Shai's lead, what did he do? What did he do? Did he come to do his own thing?
He said he came to do the will of the Father that sent him.
Right. He came to do the will of the Father, right? So where were you going?
I was gonna go to Ecclesiastes.
Uh-huh.
I think those are better to go to first.
Go.
You want to go there first? Go to yours first, or just go here?
You go here.
Read Ecclesiastes 11 and 9.
What happened?
What was the question so we can put it on here?
The question was.
The question pretty much was, if I can summarize it, is what is the perfect scripture to go against the do what thou wilt, which is the Satan.
Yeah, Satan.
Read Ecclesiastes 11 and 9.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 verse 9. Rejoice, O young man, in thy youth.
You know why? You know why I go here is because the do what thou wilt thing that is preached, that's like a childish term. You know what I mean? It's a very immature term because you can't literally live life and just say you're going to do what you want. Because there's laws. Even if you remove the Most High out the equation, there's still laws of the land that you have to follow. So can I just run the red light? No. Can I do 80 and a 40? Can I do 80 in a school zone? No, but that's what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? I would want to do 70 in a 35. You know, you would want to do 100 on the freeway, but can you? You can, but there's going to be repercussions to it all, right? So it's a really immature and childish thought to just say, I'm going to do what I want to do. Because it's irresponsible at that, too. Because what if you have kids? Can you do what you want to do with your kids? Can you, like, not change their diaper? Can you not feed them? You know what I mean? It's a super selfish, because that's what Satanism is all about. It's all about you being an individual, you being selfish, and self-will, and all that. So yeah, do what you want. That's why, you know, these crazy laws are being passed right now. You know, it's irresponsible, it's childish, it's immature.
Right.
It lacks wisdom. You know, what read on?
O young man, in thy youth.
Yeah, in thy youth, right? Go ahead.
And let thy heart cheer thee in the days of thy youth.
Go ahead.
And walk in the ways of thine heart.
That's kind of like do what you will, right? Let your heart and walk in the ways of your heart. So when you're doing what you want to do, anything that comes to your mind, that's what you're going to do, right? But it shows you that's how a child thinks. Read.
And in the sight of thine eyes.
Yeah, do what you want. Whatever you see, just go ahead and get it. Don't care about nothing else. And you know, it's all about you. Do what you want, right? But go ahead.
But know thou that for all these things Yahweh will bring thee into judgment.
Time. So you can try to do what you want, but at the end of the day, there's judgment. You can try to do what you want in the land, but there's judgment in the land. If you break the law, you can end up in jail. You know, you can't just go out and kill somebody because you want to. You get caught, you go to jail. I'm pretty sure Jeffrey Epstein lived like this, lived to do what thou wilt, but look at him now. And Giselle Maxwell, if that's how you say her name, I'm pretty sure she lived that way, but look at her now. You know what I mean? So you're going to get brought into judgment, but people forget, you know, there's a judgment. You can do what you want, but there's always judgment. And you know, that's why I was going to hit this Ecclesiasticus too, where it talks about, we don't got to go to it. We're going to go to these other ones, but it talks about how the Most High created you, made you in your own counsel. And yeah, we can definitely go here. Somebody get Ecclesiastes 5 and 2. But the Most High created you and left you in your own counsel, made you choose fire or water, life or death, but you can't blame the Most High for your choices. So, yeah, you can do what you want. I mean, you have a choice. You got free will. But, see, they don't talk about that judgment. That's why when Aleister Crowley was on his deathbed, he talked about, didn't he say, like, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure I'm like 99% right. When he was on his deathbed, when he was dying, he was like, everything I said was wrong. Don't follow. Like, Jesus Christ is real. He said all that before he died, and then he like ended up dying like right after he said that.
They come out, man.
I was the same Aleister Crowley that wrote the Satanist book that has the term "Do what thou wilt." Right before he died, when he was dying, he said everything I said was wrong. Everything I said was off.
Did he accept the Lord Jesus Christ as personal Lord and Savior after that?
Bro, well,
I made it.
Well, no, the way he said it was like it was almost like an angel was there, or like a demon came and he was like, "Oh crap, I'm going to hell." So like it's almost like the way they said he said it was like he wasn't like talking to nobody. He was just like he was just saying it.
Yeah.
And like he died, like when Stephanus was finna die, he said, I see the heavens open, and I see this, and I see Yahweh Shai on the right hand of Yahweh, and then he passed. That's kind of like how Aleister Crowley died, where he was like, "Oh crap,
Let's check that out."
Yeah.
Jesus is real." Yeah. But you wanted to please ask us 5 and 2.
Yeah, 5 and 2.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 5 verse 2. Follow not thy own mind.
What? Hold on. Do what?
Follow not thy own mind.
But the Aleister Crowley slogan is, or the Devil's Bible is, do what thou will, right?
Yeah.
But the Bible says, do what?
Follow not thy own mind.
So you're not supposed to follow your own self. So it's completely opposite of what that says. Read on.
And thy strength.
Go ahead.
To walk in the ways of thy heart.
Read.
And say not, who shall control me for my works?
So you can't say, I'm going to do whatever I want, and that I'm not going to reap no repercussions from all the things that I do. Because everything that we do in this life, there's a cause and effect. You know, if you reap evil, evil's going to come back to you. If you reap good, if you sow good, good's going to come back to you. You know, Scripture says the Most High is not mocked. Whatever you reap, so also shall you. Whatever you sow, so also shall you reap. So you got to keep that in mind, and especially when it comes to that way of thinking. Even the Satanists don't 100% subscribe to that, because they know if they're trying to do some good works, they're going to get some type of good coming back to them. They describe it as a universal law, you know. So they're not going to just purposely like, oh, I'm going to go out and start murdering people and just because I want to.
Right.
Unless they're psychopaths, which they are somewhat, but.
All right.
Let me finish this one up. So, you can't, that mindset, this one scripture, to me, when you said that, just jumped out at me. I was like, look, you can't just do that. Because sometimes, if someone makes you upset, you can't just punch them in the face. Nah, just because you want to? Nah, man, you don't end up getting a fight. You might get your butt whipped because you don't understand how strong the person in front of you is. And you end up going to jail. You get your tail whipped and end up going to jail. And then you got to suffer some other type of repercussions while you in jail. So just doing what you want, you always got to consider repercussions, the cause and effect. Watch, read on.
For the Most High will surely revenge thy pride.
And that those repercussions are the Most High revenging the pride. All the calamities that will come from you doing what you want, the Most High will revenge your pride on that. That's all. What were you doing? Oh, Nicodemus, you had something?
Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 3.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 8, verse 3. And death shall be chosen rather than life by all the residue of them that remain of this evil family, which remain in all the places whither I have driven them, saith the Most High of hosts.
Yeah, that's also part of the repercussions as well. That's the Most High avenging that pride. You have that pride saying, I'm gonna do whatever I want to do. Well, you gonna get what you got coming to you. Another one that just also jumps on the same following not your own mind is Proverbs 3 and 5. That's been in my heart like
God.
from birth.
Proverbs chapter 3 verse 5.
God.
Trust in the Most High with all thine heart, and lean not unto thy own understanding.
Do what?
And lean not unto thy own understanding.
Because our own understanding, we're very narrow-minded, we're very short-sighted. Just like when, like how Laparab dropped that class with the sheep and the goat. The sheeps, they got their head down all the time, and they're not really seeing that far ahead of them. They're seeing what's there in front of them. All they worried about is what's right there in front of them. Mm-hmm. And we as sheep, we can't follow our own mind. Most I describe us as sheep. We can't follow our own mind in the things that we want to do, because our fleshly mind, our worldly mind, will lead us into all types of death and destruction. You might find yourself out on the block with a homie thinking you're gonna come up make some dough. Hey, look, take this package and just drop it off on the other side of town. And you holding more weight than you thought you knew. And you're holding something that's gonna put you in jail for most of your life, if not all your life. Whatever type of situations that a person can come across, you know, the scripture is saying, don't follow your mind. Look, Most High, Christ says, follow what I got laid out here. Moses was always telling the children of Israel, look, follow this prescription. Follow this, and then things are going to be well with us. If you go off to follow yourself, we're going to end up being in the same predicament that you've always been in. And that was like Moses' last dissertation to us. Look, yeah, while I was alive, y'all are hard-headed, stiff-necked, rebellious. Okay, and you see how hard-headed, stiff-necked, and rebellious you've been. Think about how much more you're going to be when I'm gone. You're going to fall right back into the same things. So the scriptures say, fall not your own mind.
Can I get one?
Fine.
Go to Titus 1:7.
On the list.
Titus 1 verse 7. Read that.
Titus, chapter 1, verse 7.
Go ahead.
For a bishop must be blameless,
Right.
as a steward of the Most High,
Go ahead.
not self-willed,
Not what?
not self-willed,
Yeah, not self-willed. Not self-willed. Go ahead.
not soon angry,
Right.
not given to wine,
Right.
no striker,
Right.
not given to filthy lucre.
Because, like he went to the scripture about man being left in their own counsel. Our own self-will tells us that certain things are right when they're wrong.
Yeah.
Remember, it says the heart is desperately wicked and deceitful above all things, right? Jeremiah 17:9. So if you follow your own heart, if you follow your own self-will, you're basically following after your own wisdom. Right? But that leads you into the anger. That leads you into the strife. That leads you into believing that the wine that's going to cure all. Go to 2 Peter 2:10. You got to understand what type of mind is it to follow. And what was the question again?
The question was, what is a good scripture to combat that do what thou wilt
Right.
saying?
Well, you got to see what is the do it thou wilt. That's how we got That's how we got put in curses. That's how we got put in captivity, because every man did what was right in his own eyes, like the scripture said, right? Every time that said that, and you look at the Most High did what? Sent us a ruler, said he was wicked, the whole nation got chastised. Every man did what was right in his own eyes. Every man was self-willed. But what type of spirit is that? For 2 Peter 2:10.
2 Peter, chapter 2, verse 10.
Right?
But chiefly, them that walk after the flesh.
Wait, they do what?
Walk after the flesh.
Go ahead.
In the lust of uncleanness.
Go ahead.
And despise government.
Read.
Presumptuous are they.
Right.
Self-willed.
But what?
Self-willed.
See, they're self-willed. Go ahead.
They are not afraid to speak evil of dignities.
Right, verse 12.
Verse 12. But these, as natural brute beasts.
As what?
As natural brute beasts.
Yeah, that's a natural brute beast mentality.
Yeah.
To be self-willed. A donkey is self-willed. Why? Stubborn. Right? I'm going to move what I want. And even if you whip my back, I ain't going nowhere. I'm tired. I'm going to bow down between these two burdens. Donkeys are self-willed, man. These wild animals, a wild horse. It says a wild, what does it say? A wild horse not broken will be headstrong? Yeah. That headstrong, that hard head, that's a rebellious spirit. Right? So now go to St. John.
Regular John?
Yeah, regular John. Did you finish that up? Oh no, finish that up.
But these, as natural brute beasts.
Go ahead.
Made to be taken and destroyed.
Wait, what was a self-willed person supposed to be done?
Made to be taken and destroyed.
Yeah, man, that was destruction. That person was supposed to be destroyed because the Most High don't deal with will. Now let's go ahead.
Speak evil of the things that they understand not, and shall utterly perish in their own corruption.
Right. Now jump from there, go to St. John chapter 5 and verse 30.
St. John. Got it? St. John chapter 5 verse 30.
Right.
I can of my own self do nothing.
And this is the mind that we got to have. This is the mind of Yahweh Shai. He said it. I can of my own self do nothing. Go ahead.
As I hear, I judge.
Go ahead.
And my judgment is just. Because I seek not my own will.
Right.
But the will of the Father which has sent me.
Read verse 31.
If I bear witness of myself,
right,
my witness is not true.
That's what that self-willed, that do as thou wilt, they want you to bear witness of yourself that you're great. You somebody. You special. What's that?
I got to highlight these.
Go ahead, read on.
And I know that the witness which he witnessed of me is true.
Go ahead.
Ye sent unto John, and
No,
he bare.
where you at?
Verse 33.
There was one that you skipped.
Did I miss one?
32.
32. There is another that beareth witness of me.
Go ahead.
And I know that the witness which he witnessed of me is true.
Right. So, I mean, you see that, right? It was about, if we're supposed to follow Yahweh Shai, he came to do the will of the Father. He that seek his life shall lose it. He that loses life shall gain it. But that do as thou wilt, that is a mentality that I got to put myself before everybody else. And if everybody's doing that, nobody's looking out for nobody. Bottom line. So that's a destructive mentality. But now we see why he said like natural brute beasts. What does a dog care about?
Eat, sleep, food.
Yeah, he cares about himself. But it's about himself. A dog will eat his own family. But if he get hungry enough, he'll eat his own puppies. That do as thou wilt. It's lawlessness, but that's what's gotten us to this point, is following after that mentality. You understand that, right? You had your hand up.
Yeah.
Okay.
In continuation of what we're speaking on, but kind of going to the next point, is what is it about, the world doing what that will that people, especially like our people, get attracted to?
What is it? Repeat that.
What is it about if I'm idolizing somebody who's doing what I will? I guess I just answered it myself then. But why? What is it about that they're drawn to that rather than to the word of the Most High?
Can I get one scripture?
Yeah.
Wisdom of Solomon 2:2. Actually 2:1.
And somebody else can give me 1 Peter's 4:1.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 1.
And this is the mindset of the people that feel like, I want to follow that do what I want mentality. They're in this mindset right here. Go ahead.
Where you going?
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 1. For the ungodly said.
They're what?
For the ungodly said.
They're ungodly, first of all. First of all, they don't believe in a higher power. They don't believe that there's any repercussions for the things that they're doing. They don't believe that after death, there's punishment. They believe... Well, let me not jump. Go ahead.
Reasoning with themselves.
Go ahead.
But not aright. Our life is short and tedious.
Read.
And in the death of a man there is no remedy. Neither was there any man known to have returned from the grave.
Go ahead.
Verse 2. For we are born at all adventure, and we shall be hereafter as though we had never been.
Right.
For the breath in our nostrils is as smoke, and a little spark in the moving of our hearts.
So they're saying like, our life right now, what we see is what we get. So we gotta live it up right now. If we don't do all we can in this day, in these hours that we got living right now, then we're not gonna. There's nothing waiting for us later. There's no punishment and there's no reward.
Yep.
So they're like, let me get it now. Let me get mine while I can get it. And then this whole chapter just continues to break down that mindset.
Can I get one? Just to go real directly, go to Psalm 73. Because the question was, what was the question one more time? Why do people look at the wicked?
Yes.
Basically, and want to follow after that?
Yes.
Well, Psalm 73, to go more directly to your question, now Wisdom of Solomon is good too, but this is going to go right direct to your question. Read that. Psalm 73, you can start at verse 1.
The book of Psalm, chapter 73, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Truly, the Most High is good to Yasharallah,
Right.
even to such as are of a clean heart.
Right.
But as for me, my feet were almost gone.
Right.
My steps had well nigh slipped.
Read.
For I was envious at the foolish
Come on.
when I saw the prosperity of the wicked.
Wait, the wicked do what?
When I saw the prosperity of the wicked.
Because the wicked prosper.
Yep.
That's why that's why some want to follow the wicked path. They are prosperous.
Damn.
So it seems. Go ahead.
For there are no bands in their death.
Yeah, they never die. It's like, man, the wicked, they can live forever. They just change hearts and have this transplant, that transplant, brain transplant. It's like, wow, because wicked is perpetual right now. Go ahead.
Verse 4.
Wickedness. Read.
For there are no bands in their death.
Right.
But their strength is firm.
Go ahead.
They are not in trouble as other men.
Right.
Neither are they plagued.
It's a mind game. This is how Satan presents evil.
Yep.
He presents it as its strength. There's strength in evil. Right? He makes it look appealing and appeasing. Go ahead.
Neither are they plagued like other men.
Right. It's the outer appearance, but they're plagued in different ways. You know, one of the things that why people, it's like, man, the wicked never get punished. Well, Ecclesiasticus 8 and 11, right? Though judgment is not executed speedily, it's set in the hearts of the wicked to do evil. It's fully set in the hearts to do evil. Why? Because we ain't gonna get touched. Now David almost slipped. And David is a very strong and mighty man. I mean, we're all susceptible, right? Go ahead.
Verse 5. They are not in trouble as other men, neither are they plagued like other men.
Right.
Therefore pride compasseth them about as a chain.
Right.
Violence covereth them as a garment.
Right. Now, if you want these things, if you want the things that the wicked possess, then you'll fall. Every man is drawn away when he's by his own lust.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Verse 7. Their eyes stand out with fatness.
Right.
They have more than heart could wish.
Look at your local celebrity. Look at your local non-law-keeping celebrity. It's like, dang, they just living it up, man. They ain't got no rules. They ain't got no regulations. They can come and go as they please. They can do whatever they want. Talking about running red lights. They can run all the red lights, act out in public. They can do whatever. Who's checking them? I want to be a celebrity. Go ahead.
Verse 8. They are corrupt and speak wickedly concerning oppression.
Go ahead.
They speak loftily.
Right.
They set their mouth against the heavens.
Right. Hold that. Go to Job 21 and 7. The wicked make things appear as they don't. They make things appear not as they. What is it? Things seem to. What is it? What's the saying?
They make it everything glitter ain't gold.
Basically, everything that glitters ain't gold. Things don't appear as they seem. Read Job 21:7.
The book of Job, chapter 21, verse 7.
Right.
Wherefore do the wicked live, become old?
Right.
Yea. Are mighty in power?
Come on.
Their seed is established in the sight with them, and their offspring before their eyes.
Right.
Their houses are safe from fear.
See, that's what it appears, like their houses are safe from fear, but at any time, the Most High, He can do what?
Bring them down.
Do just like Job's kids. Do just like Job's kids. That house will be on top of them. Right? But we have to be considering those things. But what does the average mind look at? Oh man, Rick Ross got a 108 room mansion. That must be dope. I want that.
He lives by himself.
Yeah, but he lives by himself. Got lonely as hell. 108 room mansion. We all would want that, right? Think about the things nobody think about. Damn, what did he have to do to get that? What did he have to give up? What did he have to denounce?
How many rooms is that?
About 108 out there in Atlanta. Yeah, I got like 108 bedrooms and like 80 bathrooms. It's wild.
He got 5 living maids.
Huh?
I bet he be in Boston.
That's what I'm saying. But he lives alone. Like he's lonely up in there. 108. Like
Think about
something
it.
ridiculous.
Sleep in
About
one
108
room.
rooms.
It's 108.
Yeah.
He has like 5 living maids, but think about it. Even in a 108 room house, you're only gonna sleep in one room. You're gonna be like, oh, it's my favorite room. That's where I'm gonna sleep. It's my bed. That's where you're gonna sleep. You're not gonna sleep in like all the rest of them. You might sleep on your couch every now and then, but it shows that that mentality, man. It's really stupid.
Read on.
Yeah.
Verse 9. Their houses are safe from fear, neither is the rod of the Most High upon them. Their bull gendereth and faileth not.
That's why cats go to the dark side. They try to run from the rod of the Most High. The law, the correction. That's why. I want to get weak and just do whatever I want and not have to be held accountable. Go ahead.
Their cow calveth and casteth not her calf.
Right.
They send forth the little ones like a flock, and the children dance. They take the timbrel and harp and rejoice at the sound of the organ.
But the wicked is always looking over his back for the Most High to cast him down. They got all the riches and all their children like flocks, right? And all the cattle and all the abundance. But at any time, a man that's really knowing that he's wicked and knows that the Most High is real, he knows that could be gone at any time. Go ahead.
Verse 13.
Right.
They spend their days in wealth.
Right.
And in a moment go down to the grave.
Right. You see that? So that's why the outlook on the wicked is wrong. It's the wrong outlook. We look at them like, oh yeah, they're living it up. They got it made. But what's going to happen? What's their latter end? Right? Jump back to Psalm 73.
The book of Psalms, chapter 73.
Right?
Verse 7.
No.
Of 9.
Hold on.
19.
Right, that's what I want. 19.
You don't want 12?
You can read 12. Read 12 and then read 19.
Psalms chapter 73, verse 12.
Right.
Behold, these are the ungodly who prosper in the world. They increase in riches.
Right, that's what's going to happen. Jump down to verse 19.
Verse 19. How are they brought into desolation as in a moment?
Yeah, that's also what happens to the wicked.
Yep.
1 minute they're here, the next minute they're gone. Go ahead, afterthought.
They are utterly consumed with terror.
See, these are the things that's happening behind closed doors you don't see. They give you the outward appearance of the wicked, but they don't tell you the torments and the terrors and the dreams and all the different things that hit their mind.
You know, it's funny, man. When you listen to certain rap songs, they do give you like little hints and clues. And if you know the scriptures, then you line it up and you're like, oh man, I see this. But they'll rap about it and you would think that is something good. For instance, Future had a song called 56. I mean, he had an album called 56 Nights, right? Mm-hmm. Where he talked about being up for 56 nights straight. But when you read in the scriptures, it talks about how the wicked watch for money and he gets little sleep.
Yep.
And then it also talks about how the ungodly, they can't really sleep because all these, the wickedness that they've done, the Most High be he be what's the word I'm looking for?
Torments them in the
He
dreams.
torments them in their dreams. So when this cat gets on and he's telling you that he's been up for 56 nights straight, you're like, yeah, he just up partying? Nah, he ain't up partying. He just can't sleep. He tried to go to sleep. He had another mixtape called No Sleep. He can't sleep. All the wickedness that he done did, Most High torments him, man. Most High literally torments him in his sleep. What's up?
I have Ecclesiasticus chapter 23, verse 18. A man that breaketh wedlock, saying thus in his heart, who seeth me? I'm compassed about with darkness. The walls cover me, and nobody sees me. What need I fear? The Most High will not remember my sins. Such a man only feareth the eyes of men, and knoweth not the eyes of the Lord are 10 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men, and considering the most secret parts.
Gone.
Yes, sir. Yep. They think that they're getting away with it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else?
Somebody give me 1 Peter 4:1. 1 Peter chapter 4, verse 1. Again, this is on the question of why do people run to that Aleister Crowley mentality, that do what thou wilt mentality, when they know it's evil. Like, how do they get swayed? Go ahead.
1 Peter chapter 4, verse 1. For as much then as Christ hath suffered for us in the flesh, arm yourselves likewise with the same mind.
So you think these people, the Aleister Crowley do what thou wilt, that is appealing to them, because who wants to arm their mind with, man, I need to suffer for people. I need to suffer for a whole bunch of people that don't care. Nobody wants to have that mind. Well, I mean, obviously we do, but nobody in the world wants to have this mind right here that they need to suffer for other people. Go ahead.
For he that hath suffered in the flesh hath ceased from sin,
Go ahead.
that he no longer should live the rest of his time in the flesh to the lust of men.
Think about people in the world. They don't want to live. They don't want to live like this, like suffering, trying to fight their flesh. It's all about the flesh with them. It's all about the lust, the worldly desires of a man. That's all they want. Go ahead.
But to the will of the Most High.
Yeah, they don't care about the will of the Most High. Go ahead.
For the times past of our life may suffice us to have wrought the will of the Gentiles.
And the will of the Gentiles is not the will of God. The will of the Gentiles is that do what thou wilt mentality, right? So let's see what that mentality is. Go ahead.
When we walk in lasciviousness.
So that's like extreme lust. So think about it. The people in the world, you think they want to be told, don't pick up prostitutes on this and that? Stop prostituting yourself? Stop going to strip clubs and blowing your money?
That's what I want to do.
That's what they want to do. That's appealing to them. Let me go and sell dope. I don't have to work a 9 to 5. I could just sell dope. I could just transfer a package from here to here, make millions of dollars, and I don't have to work a 9 to 5 like everybody else. I can do that and make what you're gonna make your whole life in one trip. Of course, when you look at the world, you can see how that could be appealing. Because we're sitting here working 9 to 5s trying to make it, but they just got to pick something up in the back of their car, drive it, deliver it to somebody, and they just made what you gonna make in your whole life on one trip. Think about what Escobar was making in El Chapo. They were making hundreds of millions a day off of just sitting on their butts. But with that money, they got to do whatever they want. So isn't that more appealing if you don't have the wisdom of the Most High to live like that and have all the money in the world and buy all the cars and go to islands and vacay and sleep in? Isn't that more appealing than the Most High? Go ahead, read.
Lust.
Yeah, man, you get to eat whatever you want, not have to worry about nothing. All the drugs, you can see it. Read.
Excess of wine.
Yeah, man, you can be drunk every night. You can get high every night. Think about how hard it was for a lot of us to stop smoking weed when you learned the truth. Think about how hard it was for a lot of us to control the drinking spirit, and to put off the pills, and to put off this, and to put off that. But them in the world, that do as thou wilt mentality is more appealing to them because they don't have to have no standard. They don't have to have no self-control. Read.
Revelings.
Revelings is partying. You get to go to the club every night, party every night, concerts every night. Go ahead.
Banquetings.
Go ahead.
And abominable idolatries.
Think about it. You get to sacrifice your life trying to be a basketball player because you want to be like Michael Jordan or Kobe. You get to sacrifice your whole life trying to make it into Hollywood because you're idolizing these people. You want to live like Kim Kardashian. You want to have paparazzis. So you idolize the BS. Read verse 4.
Wherein they think it strange that you run not with them to the same excess of riot.
So this word riot, when you defined it, it's actually dope. Because we just think about rioting, like burning down houses, burning down buildings, looting. That's what we think of riot. But this excessive riot is talking about to revel, which is partying, to run to excess and feastings. Who don't want to eat all the damn time? Drinking or other sensual indulgence. This is the definition of riot. To luxuriate, to be highly excited, to banquet, to live in luxury, to enjoy. So who don't want to live like that? Especially in the world, where it's an excess of it, not even like a little bit. It says an excess of these things. So yeah, so that's it on that. We could stop right there. But yeah, that's how it could be appealing to somebody in the world. Like follow the Most High and have self-control and a standard and restraint, or I can just live like a beast and an animal.
Yep. Well spoken. Anything else?
Yep.
Anything else is just comments. Anything else in class? That's true. Just a reminder, we got a couple of feast days coming up, right? We got on the, what we got? Did y'all put it on there? Yeah, we got Memorial of the Blowing of the Trumpets coming up. We got, which is the 16th. That is a Wednesday. We won't have class that day. Day of Atonement is a Friday. That's the 25th. I'm not sure about class on that day yet. And then the Feast of Tabernacles, we will be, I sent it out in the text. Hopefully everybody got it. We're going to be making a trip down to VA, those that are able. We're leaving here on the 20, we probably got to leave here like on a Saturday night. So the 26th, 27th. We're going to be down there for about a week. We have about 6 car loads right now, right? 6, we got 27 people. So we're putting it out there because if you want to roll, you can roll. And it's come one, come all. Bring the family. I'm bringing my family. He's bringing his family. He's bringing his family. So we're trying to make it a family event. For those that can't go, we're doing 4 days of the feast in VA, but then we're going to come back here for those that are not able to make it. We're going to do 4 days of feasting here also. So we're still going to have the feast days. It's just going to be split. All right. So if you want to roll, let me know, and we'll go from there. Yeah, I just want to make sure I said that. That way everybody heard it. If you didn't get the text. There's some people that wanted that. There's some people that we have that's not on the group text. So, want to put that out there. Is that it? All right, let's rise and face the east. Yakadam. Going for what was that about? The scripture he put.
Wow, that's the other way.
Oh. All right, yeah.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Baruch Kushai.
Baruch Kushai.
Shemai. Nawa.
Nawa.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Ma'ata'ala.
Ma'ata'ala.
Wa'alahayim.
Wa'alahayim.
La Shamar Al.
La Shamar Al.
Barak.
Barak.
Rapad.
Rapad.
Magun.
Magun.
Wa.
Wa.
Chazak.
Chazak.
Ha'ain.
Ha'ain.
Yashra Allah.
Yashra Allah.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Forgive all our sins.
Yahushai, come quickly.
Yahushai, come quickly.
For in thee is our hope.
For in thee is our hope.
Always and forever.
Always and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
You want? Oh, no. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Hatalanawa.
Hatalanawa.
Hatawara.
Hatawara.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Hatalanawa.
Hatalanawa.
Award.
Award.
Lara'ah.
Lara'ah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Hatalanawa.
Hatalanawa.
Ha'ayo.
Ha'ayo.
Kora'ah.
Kora'ah.
Sla'korah.
Korah.
La'kora'ah.
La'kora'ah.
Ha'ain.
Ha'ain.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Hatalanawa.
Hatalanawa.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayat.
Zayat.
Lamashat.
Lamashat.
Yashra Allah.
Yashra Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And of course, if anybody wants to get anointed, we'll anoint at the end. This is Psalms chapter 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
Our most high.
Our most high.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
hast
made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that day.
It is that day.
Shall be destroyed forever.
Shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh.
But thou, Yahweh,
are most high forevermore.
Are most high forevermore.
Below thine enemies.
Below thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Below thine enemies.
Below thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn.
But my horn.
Shalt thou exalt.
Shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire and my enemies.
My desire and my enemies.
And mine ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that he planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
Shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
Bahashem Yahushua.
Hashem Yahushua.
The water.
The water.
The yard.
The yard.
Aman.
Aman.
This is Psalms chapter 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Amalawad.
Amalawad.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Matawad.
Matawad.
Waman.
Waman.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akyum.
Akyum.
Gum.
Gum.
Yechad.
Yechad.
Chashaman.
Chashaman.
Hatawad.
Hatawad.
Al-Hara'ash.
Al-Harash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Al-Hazakwan.
Al-Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharon.
Aharon.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al-Payah.
Al-Payah.
Madawathua.
Madawathua.
Katol.
Katol.
Kamram1.
Kamram1.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al. Harayah.
Harayah.
Tazayah1.
Tazayah1.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Shum.
Shum.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ath.
Ath.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Chayayim.
Chayayim.
Aid.
Aid.
Ha'aywalam.
Ha'aywalam.
Aman.
Aman.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahashem Yahushua.
Bahashem Yahushua.
The water.
The water.
The yard.
The yard.
Aman.
Aman.
Let's circle up. Call it.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatam. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael.
Time. Let's turn to face the sisters. Call it.
Yahweh Shemarathon Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Yo, Matai. Let's say shalom to everyone online.
Shalom.
Shalom. We'll see y'all back here on Monday. Let's do this real quick.
Six chill, for real.
Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah. King Esther was Judah. Don't crowd me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. Esau the end of my